Good morning. Hi, everybody. Brooke and Salk Show here on Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, the Seattle Sports app, all the podcast platforms out there as well. And then 97.3 HD2, great way to listen if you're here in Seattle and prefer, crystal clear, high definition radio. And also on YouTube if you prefer video. Yesterday we had Adnan Virk on with us. He was on video. So, that was pretty cool. And you can certainly, watch instead of listen. How cool would that be? Just watch the show on YouTube. You can do that on the app or on the website as well. So a lot of different ways that you can interact with this show. Maura, good morning. Lyle, hello.
I was going to say we have a couple of requests here on the text line. I don't know if you saw them.
No, please hit me with them. What do we got?
First one is, can the MLB draft, this is from the 253, can the MLB draft segment be called Lyle Draft Profile? Sounds like the Lyle Crocodile children's book.
Well, I don't see why not. Lyle, how do you feel about that? Are you down for Lyle Draft Profile?
I've been forced to lean into this my whole life, so sure.
It's not a bad book. At least it's not a crappy children's book. It's actually a pretty good one, right?
No, it's a good one.
Yeah, that helps.
Hector, I'm going to blank on the last name. Star of Stage and Screen, they called him.
Who is that? Is that who wrote it?
No, he's one of the characters in the book.
I don't remember. It's been a little while.
It's been a long time for me, too.
Well, I don't have quite the same connection, obviously, that you do. So, yes, okay. Yeah, Lyle Draft Profile. Let me, I need a pen. I'll see if I can make some notes. Put that right into my show sheet for 9 o'clock.
The 206 says, good morning. Petition to have Salk do a second half most intriguing Mariners list, but leave Julio off to make him have the Cal effect.
Yep,
That
yes.
was Jose in Orlando.
We'll get right on that, Jose. Thank you. Petition. No, I'm not going to do that, but I appreciate it. Yes, you're probably, you know what? Maybe I will do that. We'll see. Maybe over the All-Star break. You know what? Jose, it's not a bad idea. We're always looking for stuff to do over the All-Star break. I had a whole plan that I was working on yesterday. I was going to try to do a couple of roundtables, and everyone's gone. It's hard. Everyone's gone for the All-Star break. I was going to do a Seahawks roundtable, maybe a Mariner roundtable. And first couple of people are like, yeah, I can't do that. I can't. I was like, son of a gun. So we'll see. I have a couple ideas still. And
you're going to be the only one here for at least a couple of days next week. So maybe you should let Daniel Jeremiah know because he thinks you never were. Maybe you should have him.
Let him
stop by. You can be like, see, I'm the only one here.
Do a Seahawks roundtable with DJ, just me and him. I'm here, man. Want to spend an hour with me? All right. Well, yes. We let me think about that and see what I can come up with. 360. Says if we want to leave text messages while the show is off the air, how do we make sure they get to the show? Is there a hashtag or here's the thing moniker we need to add to the text? Well, I guess what I would say is if you want the show, you kind of have to leave it late at night or early in the morning. If you do it while the other shows are on, we're just not going to get it. I'm sorry. But if you do it after 7 p.m., then I will almost always see it in the morning, especially if you put my name on it. So there's a possibility. Hey, speaking of the other shows, as I think I've mentioned before, one of my favorite things that is done on this station, and I love that Lefko came up with it, I think it's a brilliant idea, is the whole What If Wednesday idea. I just think it's a fun, good idea, and I'm a little jealous that we don't have it. I've always been a little jelly on that one. So, I have a What If Tuesday for you today, just because it jumped out to me when I read it this morning that it creates a pretty fascinating what if. So I don't know if you've noticed more, I'm sure you're on top of this, but quarterback is coming back. Is that a Netflix series, right? Where they go through all the three quarterbacks, and this year's going to be Jared Goff, Kirk Cousins, and I'm missing somebody else. Jared Goff, Kirk Cousins, and I don't know, somebody else. There's a third quarterback on there. Regardless, Kirk Cousins is going to be the focus here. I was reading this morning, I think this was on Pro Football Talk, that in the first... Joe Burrow. Yes, thank you. I always forget about Joe. How could you forget Joe Burrow? It's because I'm not a doctor, and I never have been. In the first episode, it says this about Kirk Cousins. After explaining that he picked Atlanta over Minnesota in free agency because the Vikings wanted to go year to year and the Falcons made a longer commitment, Cousins said he was pretty surprised, quote, by the news that Penix had been drafted in the top 10. No kidding. I wasn't expecting us to take a quarterback, Cousins said. Yeah, neither was anyone else, dude. At the time, it felt like I'd been a little misled. Or certainly, if I had had the information around free agency, it certainly would have affected my decision. I had no reason to leave Minnesota with how much we loved it there if both teams are going to be drafting a quarterback high. Okay. What if Wednesday or Tuesday morning at 6 a.m., as it turns out? What if Tuesday? What if Kirk Cousins had stayed in Minnesota? How would that have affected the 2025 Seahawks? Potentially quite a bit, right? So imagine a world in which Kirk Cousins is not lied to, in his view, and says, all right, I'm going to stay and sign in Minnesota. And everything else goes as planned. The Vikings still sign or draft McCarthy, I guess, right? And then Penix still goes to Atlanta. Everything else stays the same. What happens to Sam Darnold?
He's probably still just floating around as a backup. Because
Right.
He hadn't proven anything until last year, really.
So Sam Darnold floats around as a backup. Maybe he signed somewhere. Obviously, he was good enough to sign in Minnesota. So I'm sure he signs a deal somewhere. But he doesn't get to work with Kevin O'Connell. He doesn't necessarily get the chance to start. And he doesn't get to throw the ball to Justin Jefferson. So now take you back to the end of last year when the Seahawks and Geno Smith are having their conversations. Do the Seahawks offer Geno more? Do the Seahawks say, I know you want to be traded, but we're not going to trade you? Do they still do everything the same with Geno, but then go in a totally different direction?
But was it about offering him more? Because they made it sound like he wouldn't even come to the negotiating
All right,
table.
that's kind of my point, right? So, all right, so
Well, what's scary about that scenario is that supposedly the other option other than Sam Darnold was Aaron Rodgers. So I think that's the answer to your What If Wednesday.
that
What if
was not.
Tuesday?
I forgot about that. I think I've been blocking that out of my mind, to be
Yeah.
perfectly honest. And it's funny because Aaron's name was in the news this morning with the whole news about Jeffrey Epstein. There not being a list because if you remember, Rodgers had suggested that Jimmy Kimmel's name was on the list, and there was, oh no, I'm just joking. I'm just joking, right? So his name actually popped up in my feed this morning. I had forgotten that Aaron was. Throwing out accusations that people were on the Epstein list, which now apparently doesn't exist. Who knows? I'm not going to dig too deeply into that conspiracy, but that could be where this thing ended. You're right. Or maybe Rodgers.
We could have been the ones like the Steelers sitting here waiting for him to make up
We
his
could have
mind
been.
what he wants to do.
And he also, and by the way, I would have been railing every single day on this station saying, please do not do this. It would have been nauseating. You guys would have been like so sick of me. You would have been like, Salk, shut up. We know how you feel. I would have every single morning come in with a sign that said, do not do this. I would have made a sign. I would have. And put it on one of those signposts, right, that people carry around in a picket line. Like, I would have done all that. Do not sign that guy here. No way, no thank you. That would have been awful. But what if, all right, so what if that had come, and Rodgers just like, no, I don't want to go to Seattle. Don't believe in it. Right? I mean, just didn't believe in what they had here. Then what? Would they have traded up in the draft to take a quarterback? There weren't really any. This year wasn't that year. Would we be watching a Seahawks team with Daniel Jones or somebody along those lines? Maybe he would be here. Maybe Darnold would have, kind of had a year better than what he'd had in his career, but not as good as what he had in Minnesota. And maybe he'd be here as, more of a Daniel Jones reclamation project type, but under a lot less
Justin
money.
Fields, there was a few.
Justin Fields
but
is
there
another
There
name.
weren't a lot floating around. This
No. So I don't know. It's that's my what if Tuesday morning for today. What if Kirk Cousins had known it would have had a pretty I don't know exactly what it would have done, but I can tell you it would have had a very significant effect on where the Seahawks are at now. And found myself thinking about that this morning. All right. Let's see. Today, Jeff Passan will join us and early. He's going to join us early, 7:30. We have to move some things around for Jeff's schedule. So he's going to join us at 7:30 this morning. We got a ton of other fun stuff. If you missed the wildly energetic Adnan Virk yesterday, you will get more of it at 6:30, about 20 minutes from now, right after everything you need to know next.
Here comes the 0-2.
After a weekend of pitching dominance.
Strike 3 called freeze him. Ryan Wu punches out his 7th hitter.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. George Kirby strikes out Triolo.
And Castillo scoreless through 4.
The Mariners take their 3-series win streak on the road. Mariners Yankees live from the Bronx today at 4. Hear every pitch on Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app. The home of the Mariners.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. Summer is the perfect time for a new roof. Take advantage of our easy financing, summer specials, and the best warranty in the business. Have a great summer. See you next hockey season. Trust Techline.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss. We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
Big Trees is Washington's premier tree sales and transplant company. With over 30 years of experience, Big Trees provides trees of all sizes for residential and commercial projects. Our 30-acre nursery features thousands of trees and hundreds of varieties that thrive in our Pacific Northwest climate. For hours, directions, and to see our wide selection of trees, visit BigTreeSupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly. Is your car road trip ready? Don't get stranded. Get to Bucky's Complete Auto Repair. Bucky's has been preparing cars, trucks, and SUVs for safe, worry-free travel for over 50 years. We take care of your car with experience and good old-fashioned customer service. For all your oil changes, brakes, AC charging, and factory maintenance, choose Bucky's. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Visit Bucky's.com. Bucky's, where your car feels right at home.
When the heat's an 11, cool AC would be heaven.
Dayandnight.net.
Some AC you'll be loving when your house is an oven.
Dayandnight.net.
Northwest summers are beautiful, but there's always a long hot stretch that makes everyone say, man, AC sure would be nice. Well, except for that one annoying friend who won't stop talking about how great his AC is. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Don't sweat through another summer. Have Day and Night keep your house cool and comfortable by installing a high-efficiency AC or heat pump. Or if you have an existing system, we'll come and service it. Make sure it's running efficiently and ready to cool when you need it.
When the summer is cooking, we're the place to be looking.
Dayandnight.net.
Stay cool this summer with Day and Night. Call now to get 10% off an air conditioner or heat pump. Plus, no payments or interest for a year OAC. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Dayandnight.net.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, Mariners head off on what is now looking like, I think, one of the toughest road trips of the year. Final 6 games here of the first half. It starts today in the Bronx. Logan Gilbert on the hill against Will Warren. Mariners should have the advantage in the pitching department throughout this series against the Yankees, and then they'll head to Detroit to see what might be the best team in the league, certainly the best team in the American League so far. Cool thing about these first 3 games in the Bronx, we're going to get to see Cal Raleigh and Aaron Judge against each other, 2 leading candidates for the AL MVP, and no one else is really all that close. Should be fun, I think, to see Cal hit in a very silly ballpark. Speaking of that, Andrew Jones, former Brave, and quickly Yankee, I forgot about that, at the end of his career was on foul territory this week and was asked, who's your AL MVP at the midpoint?
To be honest with you, he hit in a tough stadium, by the way, too. Yeah. It's a tough stadium to hit in. And, hey, if you have to say, oh, we're going to give a half
that's what I'm saying.
MVP, he probably will get it.
Okay, there you go.
He will get it.
He was actually going there with Cal. If you can't tell, based on the stadium that Cal hits in versus the one that Aaron Judge does, Andrew Jones from Curacao, great player, unbelievable defender, and put up some monster years early in his career. Yeah, I don't know which way this is. I do. We all know which way this is going to go. If everything continues, obviously Aaron Judge is going to win the MVP because he plays in that Mickey Mouse ballpark in New York, and Cal does not. But I'm excited. I think that this will factor in, right, how the two of them do head-to-head. Especially now, I know the Yankees were here early in the year, but now that these two teams are, or now that these two players, rather, are kind of in the MVP chase against each other, yeah, I think seeing them both out on the field over the course of 3 games in the public eye in New York, right? Yeah, I think it should have an effect. And if Cal hits 5 home runs this week and Aaron Judge doesn't do much, yeah, that should have a pretty significant effect. Wouldn't surprise me if the Yankees walk him every time just to avoid that. Astros actually lose last night. What? The Astros lost? They did to Cleveland in a game with lots of former Mariners. Paul Sewald and Matt Festa both pitching for the Guardians. Cooper Hummel and Taylor Trammell both had hits for Houston in a row. Hummel on base, and Trammell goes yard for a 3-run shot. You gotta be kidding me. Anyway, the lead now is 6.5 games for Houston in the West.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
So speaking of Cal, how often do we hear Cal is so authentic, Cal is so humble, he's such a servant leader, his leadership is often about deflecting credit, right, to his teammates and being authentic about it. Apparently, this is a big lie. That is not the real Cal Raleigh at all. And a new video surfacing yesterday via Daniel Kramer and actually sent out by Cal's dad, that an 8-year-old Cal Raleigh was not only eyeing hitting in the Derby one day, he's pretty cocky dude.
I'm the home run derby champ.
Oh.
Say in the pavement champ. I'm the home run derby champ. He got
I wasn't in a
one,
contest,
I got
was he?
three. You out go win P. What you say? What you say? I'm the man. I'm the man. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm the man. I'm the man? That doesn't sound like the modern day Cal. Hilarious. By the way, if you haven't watched that video, you should. It's really funny. He's so cute. Little 8-year-old Cal. He's adorable. And he's really excited about the home run derby, so should be fun to watch him on, Monday night. Byron Buxton will be one of his opponents. He's going to be in the derby. The only names announced as far, right, are Buxton, Cal, and James Wood. That's it? Anybody else?
Ronald Acuna.
Oh, Acuna's going to do it. Oh, that's good. Is he going to steal bases in between?
That's a good question. I wouldn't say no.
Acuna hits a home run and then quickly sprints around the bases.
I'm going to guess one of the other contestants we'll get is Brent Rooker, because he said he hasn't been approached about it yet, but he said if he was asked to do it, he would do it in a heartbeat.
Cool. I really hope Julio's in it.
I do too.
Cal versus Julio would just be awesome. It really would be. Rowdy Tellez found a home. Rangers signed him to a minor league deal. Was supposed to be active for their AAA squad on Sunday, but that game was postponed.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, ESPN's NFL Top 10 positional list continues. We did running backs yesterday. Seahawks not great in that department, somewhat surprisingly, as their top person was Kenneth Walker III, who finished 21st. So not in the top 10, not in the honorable mentions, just barely squeaking into the others receiving votes. Did a little bit better here in the defensive tackle spot, as you might imagine. These are voted on by executive scouts and coaches. Leonard Williams, number 6. That sounds about right. Getting votes as high as number 2.
Finally.
Yeah.
He got snubbed by the Pro Bowl last year, and then he ended up at number 99 on the top 100 list.
Which is
last
low,
week.
very low.
Yeah, I'm glad the execs are showing him.
Yeah, number 6 in terms of defensive tackles. Here's what the two quotes say. His play finally matched his abilities last season. He was dominant. Others have been better than him in previous years, but he always had that high ceiling. And then has rare length, range, and power. Was nice to see him put it all together. Yeah, he talked about using that power. This was at minicamp.
I mean, for me, I made a lot of big plays out of power, which is never going to go away from me. That's, my bread and butter. That's my game. That's something that I rely on, play in and play out is just being able to power guys when I want to. But I think something that me and AD are working on is being able to learn when I can, do more finesse stuff, take an edge, and, really keep the O-lineman guessing on what type of moves I'm going to give them. And I think last year I was doing a lot of bull rushes, power moves, and stuff like that. And I want to try to integrate some type of counters off of when an offensive lineman is trying to sit on my power.
All right, so maybe he'll just continue to get better. By the way, the top of that list, top 5, were Dexter Lawrence, Chris Jones, Jalen Carter, Jeffrey Simmons, and Quinnen Williams. There you go. That is everything you need to know. Quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. I won't spend a lot of time on this, but I will just answer from 208 in Idaho. With Aaron Rodgers, Salk, why wouldn't you want him? Is it his politics or his play? It's not his politics. If I disagreed with everybody's politics and didn't want anyone who shared my politics, I wouldn't be able to field a team. So that is not it. Yes, it's his play, but it's also just the way he destroys organizations. It's his personality. It's the me first, I'm in charge, everything revolves around me element of Aaron Rodgers. It's not his politics. Trust me, there are plenty of guys with politics I disagree with all over every league and every Seattle sports team. You can't get involved in that, and I don't. I really don't. I don't. That is not up for me. Heck, I work every day with a guy whose politics I don't share. But if you're an organization killer, which is exactly what I think he was in New York and what he was starting to become in Green Bay at the end, yeah, I don't want any part of that. I think he'll tear you apart from the inside out.
Did you happen to catch last week that I think it was DeMaurice Smith, the former NFL PA head, is writing like a tell-all book, and he wrote about Aaron Rodgers in it, and he said, an incredible quarterback to be sure, but an even more impressive antagonist.
Yeah, I bet.
He said he sat in the back row of the meeting room issuing loud sighs before standing for a dramatic exit. And then he said, my phone chirped with a text from Aaron Rodgers. Can you call me? And then Smith's response was, could I not run into traffic instead?
I don't
I mean,
blame
he's
him.
just an insufferable person. It has nothing to do with his politics.
100% accurate, Maura. Insufferable's the perfect word. All right. If he's insufferable, our next guy here, Adnan Virk, is anything but. He is very sufferable. He is energetic, and he got a lot to say about the Mariners, Major League Baseball, the trade deadline, and a whole lot more. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Cal is on a historic pace. We haven't really seen anything like this, right? You have to look around the rest of that team and go, okay, who's going to carry some of this offensive load? Do you feel like it could be Randy?
It could be. It should be. You need guys like Randy to step up. Can we expect him to have 2 bombs a night? No, let's be real. And I think most of you are going to be real. 4 RBIs last night, the most since April 9th against Houston, so that's good.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Hey, guys, it's 1 month from today. August 8th is when the new hotel opens up because, yes, Snoqualmie Casino is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, and they got bookings open right now for a month from now. August 8th is the big opening day. Breathtaking views of the Cascades, the new destination spa, expanded non-smoking gaming floor, big entertainment space and convention center, and new food venues, restaurants there as well. Again, go to snocasino.com to book. Seattle's closest. It's now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Rick Riz here, and it's the final month to submit your nomination for Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington's Improve Your Play program. Pella's owners are donating $5,000 to 2 local youth sports organizations. Many local teams are in need of new equipment, field improvements, or uniforms. If you know a team that could use funding, nominate them at seattlesports.com/play. Join Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington and help our local youth thrive. Go to seattlesports.com/play to nominate a team in need right now.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible: overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Oh my God, is this your house?
This is the humble abode.
Oh my God, it's so humble.
FX presents Adults.
You don't know your social security number?
No, I do. It's just my mom knows the whole thing.
A new comedy about 20-somethings achieving zero anythings.
What is the worst that happens? I go broke. I can't pay my loans. I start an OnlyFans, but only you guys subscribe.
You can't do OnlyFans.
Yeah, you wouldn't make it on there, so sorry.
FX's Adults. Wednesdays on FX. All episodes streaming on Hulu.
The future is here, so why is your internet stuck in the past? With Quantum Fiber Internet, you can get next-level multi-gig speed on a reliable fiber network. Fair and honest pricing with no annual contracts or bundling required. And whole home 360 Wi-Fi to make sure your devices are ready to take you where you want to go. So you can stream, post, game, surf, like, and love to your heart's content. You do you. Let Quantum Fiber Internet take care of the rest. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Need a new roof, a deck, siding, windows? Get up to $3,000 off any new installation. Hi, it's Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Home projects can add up fast, but we're here to help you save big. Book now and lock in up to $3,000 off in savings. That's $3,000 off any new installation. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate today. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. We help all types of injured victims, like Ann, who broke her leg in a trip and fall accident.
I had broken my femur and I was in horrific pain. We chose Iddens because they had a good reputation. I wasn't just a name, I was a person. And that makes a big difference. I'm just grateful that we had the settlement for my care. I'm very pleased.
If you've been injured, call us 253-WARRIOR. Warrior Injury Law. Battle tested.
Crank up the hit and bring on the boom. It's 80s fireworks night at T-Mobile Park. Get ready for a totally tubular show on Friday, July 18th. Presented by T-Mobile. The Mariners face off against the division rival Astros at 7:10. And after the game, the sky will light up to the sound of your favorite 80s jams. Big hits on the field and more big hits after dark. Grand slam! Julio takes it deep and clears it off. Mariners baseball, fireworks, and hair metal? Sounds like a rad night. Lock in your seats now at Mariners.com and check out what else is on deck at the ballpark this summer, including 3 straight value games against the Brewers, July 21st through 23rd, and the next Mariners fireworks show on August 1st. Goodbye, baseball! He does it again! Home runs in 3 consecutive games. Cal Raleigh, the big number. Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Adnan Virk going to join us here in just a moment or two. Friend from MLB Network and,
Way back. Friend from way back.
I know. Yeah. Adnan's the best. He and I used to get to do a ton of ESPN radio things together, which was always great. He's just a good dude.
We did some college football stuff
True.
when he was at ESPN and I was at ESPN, and he is one of those rare guys. He's a little bit like Charles Davis in this way, just one of those guys that just constantly has joy, right? Just like almost a permanent smile. Doesn't matter what he's doing at ESPN, WWF, MLB Network now, just whatever and wherever he is, he's just one of those force multipliers that he just loves what he does. And right now he's getting a chance to do that on the baseball end of things. You had a look in last week, Salk. It was pretty fun when you were out. We had a piece of sound when the national guys and Adnan and crew were watching and doing a show at MLB Network, and they do those little look-ins, and they looked in at a Cal Raleigh at bat, and there's a Cal Raleigh home run. Like, okay, yep, that's just kind of what this guy does. Don't want to miss any of his at bats. They're all must see. As you know, Gary Hill said to us last week, whatever you're doing, whatever's in your day, whatever your routine is of listening and watching baseball, it is back to the Ken Griffey Jr. days. You did not miss the kids at bats, and you should not miss a Cal Raleigh at bat these days.
No, you got to make sure you're tuned in for that every time. He is he is in a league of his own right now, that's for sure. And it does have that like Mark McGwire 98, Sammy Sosa 98 feel where it's like, oh my God, I tuned in and he did it. He hit another home run. Pretty cool for everybody who's been at the ballpark. And I keep hearing from friends who are like, yeah, I was there. I saw Cal hit 2. I was there. Cal hit 1. I was there. Cal hit 2. Pretty cool. And the one he hit Friday? The first one? That is
almost out of the stadium.
That is a legitimate full-on cannon shot.
That's Mark McGwire shot.
Yeah, it was. Just one of those truly incredible balls that you're like, oh my God, I can't believe a guy can hit the ball that far. So, yeah, that's kind of where we're at with Cal. We're going to talk to Adnan here in just a minute. Jeff Passan tomorrow. Sounds like a little early. I think Jeff Passan may join us at 7:30. Tomorrow. He's got some family stuff, so we're moving some things around with him, and we'll plan to talk to Jeff a little bit early tomorrow. And then next week, Brock, All-Star Week,
yep.
I think I've got a little plan. So it's kind of just me. Yeah, Maura's gone, Lyle's gone, you're gone. So it's just me.
I'll be back most of the week.
All right. Well, you're out for a couple days, and everyone's out for a couple days. So I think I got a plan to do a bunch of roundtables. If I think I got this right, and I got to talk to some people, we'll do a little Mariner roundtable, a little Seahawk roundtable, Maybe a youth sports roundtable once you get back. A couple people in mind that I think might be fun. And I just, as we continue to go through. Yeah, college football in there.
Maybe
Should be kind of fun.
Roundtable.
Should be pretty cool. All right. Adnan Virk joining us now on video. Oh, my God. Look how pretty he is on video. What's up, man? How are you?
Mike, always a pleasure, man. Great to catch up with you. We just need little Luis Cornetta, Dan Stanzik, Adam Klug, and of course the great Brock here. I just need Galloway and Palmer and Cannell with me to talk a little college football. Great to see you all. Video link, I love it. Seattle Sports going digital. Let's go.
That's why we're now named Seattle Sports. We took the whole name. Everything is about our digital. So hopefully you're watching Adnan either on our app or on YouTube. Give me the basic sense of this season. I was talking a couple of hours ago. And it's not just a Mariner thing. Like, I'm having a really hard time figuring out who anybody is over the course of this season, because the moment you feel like you got a beat on all but 4 or 5 teams, they change like the next week.
Yeah, it's been, first off, a really good year for baseball. And somebody asked why that is, and I go, well, it's pretty easy. When the Yankees, the Mets, and the Dodgers and the Cubs are all doing really good, that's a good sign for the sport. Throwing in a little Giants and Padres. Unfortunately, the Red Sox have not been amongst that mix. But, yeah, listen, I think first and foremost, we all know with the pitch clock how that's helped games. It's certainly become shorter, although I will quibble having taken my kids to Yankee Stadium and battling traffic. I don't like showing up, top 3, and also it's a 2.5-hour game. I like extra innings once in a while, right? Just please, for the prices I'm paying. But overall, Mike, I think what's happened is that the big market teams are really, really good, and that's been good for baseball. But to your point, who's the dominant team? The best team right now is the Detroit Tigers. I'm not saying they're a small market team. They've loved baseball in 125 years of Tigers baseball. They're on pace to win 105 games. They've never done that ever before. So Detroit might be the best team in baseball. The Dodgers, even with all their starting pitcher injuries, still have the best record in the National League. They're a little better than the Phillies, a little bit better than the Cubs. Mets in that mix as well. But I think that's what's making this year so exciting, is that there is no clear-cut favorite, even those who thought the Dodgers would win 120 games or something ridiculous at the start of the year.
And through the national optics, who are our beloved Seattle Mariners?
Well, it's a great question, Brock. For years, at least nationally at MLB Network, you'd look at the Mariners and go, oh, my God, they just had a little bit of offense, right? The pitching staff is so great. And that's why this start was so surprising and perhaps an aberration. I hope not. But the hitting was really carrying them. They go, oh, my God, Polanco's having this great year. What a star he's been. Rosarena's hitting home runs. Julio Rodriguez, and, of course, Cal Raleigh has not stopped being an MVP contender along with Aaron Judge. He's going to smash Salvi Perez's record for home runs by a catcher in a single season, which is 48. And Cal might challenge 60 home runs. I know we're a ways to get there, but it's been a remarkable first half. And as I tell people with Cal Raleigh, what I look at specifically is the batting average. Now, I know nobody cares about batting average, and nor do I. It's on-base percentage, it's OPS, it's slugging percentage. But I will point this out. Cal Raleigh, if you said to me at the start of the year, Brock, who is he? I go, he hits 220, 30 homers, and he's really good defensively. He's hitting 276. Like, if a guy who's hitting 276 then started hitting 336, you'd go, that's a demonstrable improvement. So to Cal Raleigh's credit, it's not just the home runs he's hitting more. He's hitting at a better clip, and he's striking out less and walking more, and he's still great defensively, et cetera. But here's what's the quandary about the Mariners, is that in the past, as I said, all pitch, no hit. So this year you go, well, Gilbert was out, Kirby was out. Wu was tremendous. So happy he made the All-Star team. The guys had a great year. What's so funny about the Seattle rotations, you say to yourself, well, who's the best guy? A couple of years ago, it was Castillo's the ace. Then last year, we always have Ryan Roland-Smith, by the way, coming to MLB Network, does a great job in Seattle Mariners games. He says to me, no, Gilbert's the best guy in the stack. I go, really? He goes, well, who do you like? I go, I love Kirby. He goes, why? I go, strikeout to walk ratio. That guy's awesome. I go, he just pours it in there. That's why I teach my Little League kids. Just throw strikes, buddy. I don't care what happens. If they hit it, they hit it. And then Kirby, of course, has been roughed up this year, hurt to start the year. Yesterday was unbelievable. He outpitches Paul Skeens. So, unfortunately, it's gone back to Brock what we see in the past, which is now the Mariners can pitch. Do they have enough offense? They win 1-0 yesterday. Thankfully, Rosarena went deep. But, God, I wish they could go and get some bats, man. I look at this offense, and even with Julio Rodriguez being an all-star, even with Raleigh having a storybook season, Polanco, by the way, has gone from really starting out so strong to then slumping again. They don't have enough depth in their lineup. It feels like to me, and I hate to say it, I want to see Seattle make the World Series and win a World Series. It still feels like the Astros win that division. Here's the good news. There's only 6 teams above 500 in the American League. It's a bad league. Mariners will get that last wild card spot.
Well, they're sure in it right now. And I want to come back to like 5 different things you just said, and we'll come back to the Unfortunately, Adnan doesn't have enough energy this morning. It's sad. Poor guy. Just it's hard for him to get up in the morning, and he doesn't.
I felt a hard out coming. I go, I'm just going to go 5 minutes till they stop me.
Dude, we got forever, man. We got all kinds of time with you. Let's start with Cal. Are people, as you talk to so many people in and around the league and the folks at, a national organization like MLB Network, are people starting to understand just how good Cal is?
Yeah, and I think it's the overall game, Mike. Because I said the home runs can play. And, of course, it's important. Trust me, that's eye-popping. The guy's got 33 home runs. If he hits 60 home runs by catcher, that's bananas.
35.
But as Roland...
35.
Excuse me.
35.
I showed him a couple.
He hit two more just while you were talking. Don't worry about it.
Exactly. But, it's not just the home runs. As I said, the average. Let's talk about the defense. So I said, look at pitch framing, which might be soon an extinct art. As you know, ABS is going to be coming at some point, automated balls and strikes. So who cares how well a guy can pitch frame? Well, for now, he's among the better pitch framers. He calls a great game. You can have a great staff like Seattle's had for years, but the catcher is an important part of that as well. He's got a good throwing arm. He blocks the ball well. So on all levels, he is a complete overall player. And Anthony Recker, who's a former catcher, made the point to me. He goes, I don't know how Raleigh's not the MVP. I said, what are you talking about? Aaron Judge has an OPS over 1,200. He's going to win his third MVP. He goes, but look at what Raleigh's doing on that team. Where's his support staff? And I said, well, it's not like Goldschmidt and Bellinger. Those guys are MVPs. They're former MVPs. They're not what they once were. He goes, I'm telling you, Cal Raleigh is more valuable to his team than Aaron Judge is to the New York Yankees. Raleigh should win MVP. Catcher, by the way, look at what a position that is, the toll that takes. Even if you're DHing here and there, he's primarily a catcher. He goes, if he can keep this up, if he hits 60 home runs, for God's sakes, as a catcher, and the Mariners can make the third wild card spot, he goes, that guy should be an MVP.
And doing it not
really
in a Mickey Mouse ballpark like Yankee Stadium, where Judge gets to put the ball over a short porch. Cal has to do it in the worst hitting park in all of the league. Yeah, and you know how many total days off he's had this year? 2.
I'm going to guess, I was going to say 5.
2.
Single digits for sure. That's crazy.
2 days off as a primary catcher. It's unbelievable.
I'm glad you mentioned the ballpark, Mike. I met Jerry DePaul last year at the winter meetings, and I said to him, it must be such a challenge for you to sign hitters. Like, Seattle's a gorgeous place to visit, and it's a great pitcher's park, but offense. He goes, well, I'll tell you this. He goes, in the summer, the ball does travel. And I go, come on. And he's like, no. He goes, listen, look at the numbers. He goes, April, May, no question about it. It's a challenge. But he goes, June, July, August, the ball travels well. So I am going to be looking at the numbers this year, Mike. Let's see how the Mariners' offense improves this summer. See if Jerry's onto something.
What is the most common refrain from your peers? And not just your catcher peers at MLB Network, the guys that have all played the game, that have grinded. Is there a common refrain about Cal that you hear from so many of your different analysts?
Well, I think there's one aspect to it, which is that he's endlessly charismatic, Brock. And, it's funny. You say, well, why is that? And I go, well, first off, a nickname like Big Dumper certainly helps. And a bobblehead in which you're squatting is something no one's going to turn down. But I think he seems like he's got that lunch pail demeanor about him, that work ethic. And I think that's something that former players certainly appreciate. Those guys, Brock, just like yourself, they can spot a prima donna a while away and go, hey, that guy's a great player. I'll take his talent on my team, but I wouldn't necessarily want him as a teammate. With Cal Raleigh, they go, he possesses both the tangibles and the intangibles. And by the way, on a very cost-friendly contract. Again, props to Seattle. They signed him at a very affordable deal right now. So Cal's making it look like a steal. And I don't want to project too far ahead, but again, if he goes at this pace, like, he could be one of the great all-time hitting catchers, right? Piazza, most home runs. Ben Shaw's the greatest catcher of all time. But Raleigh could be, if he projects at this rate, to be that guy. And I think ultimately, Brock, they look at not only who he is, but the level of improvement he's shown this year.
Yeah,
pretty impressive.
That authenticity is pretty legit. When you're around him, even just a little, it jumps out to you. He does not carry himself like a star or any of that. He just kind of a normal dude who happens to be really, really good at playing baseball. You mentioned adding a bat, talking to Adnan Virk from MLB Network. You mentioned adding a bat. The challenge is, where do you find one, more because of how many sellers there will actually be. So let's play buyer seller. I got 4 teams on the bubble. Which of these teams do you think will sell? Arizona, Baltimore, Boston, Atlanta.
You nailed it, Mike. I was about to say the problem is nobody sells anymore because the good news is the wild card. More teams are in it. The bad news is those teams you mentioned, one of them is going to be 6 games under 500. And it's going to be the Orioles. And they're like, well, only 5 games on that third wild card spot. And I go, dude, your team's not good. If you're not 500 by July 31st, sell, get some assets. But all these teams, they delude themselves into thinking, well, we're just one 7-game winning streak away from being that third wild card spot. And so all of them should sell, quite frankly. Baltimore should absolutely sell. I'll go with them first because you're going to be last place in the AL East, and you're not turning things around anytime soon. You thought for years you'd be a dominant powerhouse after stinking up the joint, and guess what? You didn't focus on enough pitching. Gunnar Henderson's a stud. Jackson Holiday much better in his second season, but you never developed pitching, with the exception of Rodriguez. And obviously Corbin Burns was lost. You don't re-sign Santander. Like, they've got some problems because the Rays and Jays aren't going anywhere, and the Yankees are the Yankees. And your Red Sox are the best farm system in baseball, so they're going to be back at some point eventually. So Orioles, yes. Arizona absolutely should sell. You're not going to catch the Dodgers, Giants, or Padres. You're not going to get every playoff team from the NL West, aside from the Rockies, making it. So they should trade Eugenio Suarez to the Seattle Mariners. Say, give me one of those pitchers. Give me George Kirby. Go ahead. Give me one of those guys. Because Suarez right now is top 3 in RBIs and in home runs. You're not going to get Kirby. I saw you make a face.
Yeah,
my point is you're going to get
not
something.
for 2 months of Gino, I'll tell you that much.
No, but Suarez is one of those guys. Like if somebody were to trade for him, again, he's going to give you power. He'll give you something a lot. Josh Naylor, Mississauga, Ontario, love him. He should be available. They should trade Zach Allen. He's going to be a free agent. But I don't think any of those teams sell. That's the problem. We're going to be looking at literally Sandy Alcantara and like the Pirates trading Bailey Falter. I'm concerned.
Any chance the Braves? We've been talking for whatever reason because Joel Sherman brought up the idea of the Braves trading Acuna, and I don't see any world in which that happens. But he put out the Braves should do an Acuna like a Soto style deal with the Mariners for half the Mariners. They have a lot of good prospects in this system, and try. I don't see that happening. But there's also Matt Olson there. I mean, there's a few guys in Atlanta. Any chance they break up that nucleus?
No. I think Alex Anthopoulos has made it clear that he's not going to trade Chris Sale, first of all. But as far as those guys, I'm glad you bring it up, Mike, because it's definitely a topic worthy of conversation. Dan O'Dowd, former executive of the Rockies, was saying to me, at some point Atlanta has to say to themselves, they thought once Acuna and Strider came back, they'd be off and running. It has not happened. You're not going to catch the Phillies or the Mets. And quite frankly, their offense is middling. And it's been like this for like a year plus. So eventually you have to say to yourself, Olson's a really good player. Made the All-Star team. I like him a lot. But he's not as good as Freddie Freeman. Probably should have just kept Freddie. Austin Riley's an okay player. He's not great. Again, he's like a 102 OPS plus. He's all right, but he thought he would have been better. Murphy, a real disappointment. Ozzie Albies has like a 620 OPS. It's been terrible. So they really should do something in Atlanta, but I don't think Alex will pull the trigger. I think he's going to say to himself, well, it's just a disappointing season. These are still good players. I wouldn't trade Acuna personally. I love him. I think he's a great, great player. But to Joel's point, Atlanta's not going anywhere, and he would fetch a massive return. There's no question about it. But no, I don't think Atlanta parts with some guys that they should.
How's life? How you doing, man? This is so seriously, this is so fun. Like, it's fun to talk baseball, and the Mariners are relevant. We got one of the game's great young stars. Now, all eyes will be on Cal Raleigh, but like, we all go way back. Like, you and Salky were hosting like overnight shows, you know, and we were doing college football.
It was not overnight. How dare you?
Oh, I'm sorry, midday shows.
Doug Gottlieb show, yeah.
Come on now. Come on now.
Oh, fine. Well, Salky was hosting overnights, and then he worked his way up.
Adnan didn't have to do that stuff. He was like a big deal anchor.
I'm endlessly indebted to Mike Salk. My wife just said to me, she goes, who are you talking to? I said, Mike Salk. You won't remember him. I said, but we used to do radio together at ESPN. And I said, he's a great guy, and he was so invaluable to my career. She goes, with the radio? I go, no. With the fact he introduced me to Nick Khan.
Right.
And I said, Nick Khan changed my life. So I said, Mike Salk asked me for anything. Nick Khan, for those who don't know, is a legendary broadcasting agent. And Mike said, you should talk to this guy. And I go, Mike, I'm a pretty loyal guy. I got this agent, Mark Turner. He got me to ESPN. He goes, just have a conversation with Nick. Within 30 seconds, I realized that I should sign with Nick Khan immediately. Nick Khan is now the WWE president, by the way, and was a big reason why I got to be the voice of Monday Night Raw for 7 ill-fated weeks. Not Nick's fault, my fault. But I'm always indebted to Mike that he introduced me to Nick.
Why didn't that work? What happened there? I was so excited for you. You and I have had like those things where we've made mistakes. I went to Boston for a year, total disaster. Why? And a lot of it was my fault. Why did that not work? What happened?
So it's interesting. By the way, I have a book coming out. It's called Cinephile. It's available August 26th.
Nice.
It features all my best interviews from my book. So Robert De Niro, Margot Robbie, Mahershala Ali, Barry Jenkins, Mark Wahlberg.
Hold on. Wait, before you get to, we were having a debate today. We got to get you involved in this. Yeah. Better actor. This came up. Ben Affleck.
Tom Cruise. I hope it's not Tom Cruise.
Ben Affleck.
Yeah, I like him.
Or Samuel L. Jackson.
Samuel L. Jackson.
So the argument against that was Samuel L. Jackson's never really carried a good movie. Never really. He's not a lead actor.
Right. Pulp Fiction is best performance, but everyone's great in it. It's not like he's carrying the movie.
Right.
Schultz is great, and Uma Thurman's great. They're all really good.
What movie is
Jungle Fever, he's great. But you're right, it's not a lead role. It's a supporting role.
He's not a lead actor. You might have to say it's Ben Affleck.
Affleck can carry a movie, but Sam Jackson giving you more diversity. He's been like in 103 movies.
True.
And Sam Jackson coming in 20 minutes, he'll make a bad movie good. I don't think Affleck can rescue a bad movie.
That's
I think
true.
Sam Jackson could rescue a bad movie.
Oh, that's a good argument. All right. So why didn't it work? Why didn't it work for WWE?
Hey, so why'd you stink at wrestling? But the reason I'm mentioning the book is I said I wrote a chapter about the WWE experience, and my editor, Mango Publishing, great people out of Miami, they said, hey, the book's really good. It talks about your passion about movies, how much you love Scorsese, Pacino, De Niro, Giamatti, all your guys, great interviews. They go, but what's with the WWE chapter? I go, real simple. I got to sell books. You guys did not give me a cash advance, and if I tell people I'm going to tell stories about WWE and Vince McMahon, people will buy that book. And they go, but it doesn't really fit with the books. They go, tell you what we're going to do. I'm going to post the link later today. You're going to post it in Seattle Sports.
Sure.
And people who buy the book, who pre-order, will get the exclusive chapter on my WWE experience.
Oh.
So I'm not going to duck the question, Mike. I'll answer it momentarily. But if you want the full WWE stories, I've got 20 pages, which you'll love, in my book coming out August 26th.
So cool.
Short answer to you. They said to me, because everything's under hush-hush, right? Can't tell anybody with it. I think I told like 5 people. Like Nick was like, you can't tell anybody. None of your kids. I go, all right, fine. Mom, dad, wife. He goes, that's it. Maybe your brother. I go, my brother, that's it. Okay, 4 people. So nobody knows about this. I'm at WrestleMania. I'm being whisked away backstage. There was no training done. So the first time I ever called a WWE match was the night after WrestleMania. So imagine Brock Heward, who's a really smart guy, but he's calling an NFL game, and he's never called an NFL game. He's called college football. He knows football, of course. He's an NFL player, but he's never called it. He's never had Eric Shanks in his ear yelling at him while he's doing the game. So maybe would have a little prep time would have helped. Now, WWE is kind of a sink or swim kind of place. Brock's a professional, just like Adnan Virk is. He'll figure it out. He's a good broadcaster. That was the theory. Didn't work out.
Didn't work out that way.
We need a little AAA in life, okay?
Yeah.
Now, in fairness to them, again, it was during COVID. I have a full-time job, MLB Network. I couldn't just leave my job for 2 weeks and just have Vince McMahon train me again. So I think there's one answer. Either they should have trained me for a week or 2, let me get up to speed and go, okay, I think you're not bad. Work on this, do more of this, ready to go. Game to, or, because maybe that's unrealistic, or longer leash. Right? Say, hey, he's going to kind of suck at first. Got to give this guy 3 months. Right? Jason Witten, test, Monday Night Football. Just give him the year. If he's not good, we'll change him. Instead, they went 7 weeks. Knockout punch. Virk's gone. Should have given me 3 months. Come on.
Are you really a play? I mean, like you're such an opinionist and a host.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to think of you as like a play-by-play guy. It's kind of a different skill.
Another great point, Mike. I think first off, I think that's the other reason I failed. Nailed it. One would be the lack of experience doing WWE. 2 would be the lack of play-by-play experience. Have never called wrestling at any level, unlike our buddy Adam Amin, who did a great job college wrestling for years.
Yes.
I've called maybe 5 boxing fights in my life, 20 baseball games, never called hockey, never called football. I've CFL, a couple CFL games on the radio. So to your point, not a play-by-play guy by heart. Tough to make a studio guy into a play-by-play guy in this feverish, intense environment with Vince K. McMahon all over me in my ear.
Hey, last minute or so here, we have not gotten to Julio. Julio makes the All-Star team. Big conversation here, big conversation nationally. Just your thoughts on Julio. Is he an all-star and is it legit?
It raised me by surprise, Brock. Every year they're going to go, hey, the first thing is, it's like the Oscars, right? Hey, who's the snubs? How did Soto not make it? How did Springer not make it? How is Jazz Chisholm on this team, huh? Who's the most anonymous all-stars? This is one of my favorite one, because even I go, Randy Rodriguez of the Giants, 0.69 ERA. Didn't realize he was on that good a year. Julio, I'm a little surprised, Mike. Brock, I looked at it and I go, okay, Raleigh definitely stands out. He's obviously a superstar. Somebody else has to supplement them. I'm so happy Wu made it. Munoz has 21 saves, absolutely deserving. I guess if I take a closer look at it, maybe I'll talk myself into Julio being an all-star. What's amusing to me is he's notoriously, as you guys know, a first-half slow starter. So to me, I'm like, for him to make the all-star team, he must have really turned it around. I just watched Yonder Alonso on MLB Network. I think he was saying Julio leads in hits and runs scored. So I guess if you're leading a playoff team in those categories, that's notable. But I was a little surprised.
Yeah, I think to make the argument, you would need to think of a few things. Yes, he does lead in hits and in runs scored. His defense has been beyond superb. He is an unbelievable defender and is running. He's not the player he was supposed to be, at least so far this year, but he's been a different player that's also good, just in a very different way. I also think it's fair to consider that, A, he is a star. He's a name, and that matters and carries some weight in the All-Star game. And also, this is maybe crazy, but I look at what he did in the second half of last year as being relevant to this year's All-Star game. I think that every year about everyone. I think you look at the last year, and what you do in August and September should matter towards your ability to be an all-star, not what you do in the first 3 months of the year. Who cares about that? Do what you do in the second half of the year.
Yeah, it was Harold Reynolds has said for years we should have a first-half All-Star and a second-half All-Star. He's like, there are guys who end up being 5-time All-Stars, and you go, but they weren't that good. They were just great in the first half. And similarly, Francisco Lindor, this is the first time he has made the All-Star team as a Met. I'm not saying he's been there for 10 years, but he's been there for a few years now. And last year, he was second in MVP voting. And you go, wait, he didn't make the All-Star team? Like, no, he did not. So Frankie Lindor finally makes it as a starting shortstop for the New York Mets. It just goes how the system is a little bit quirky. So you're right. By that logic, Julio overall, is he one of the game's top 50 players? Yeah, he should be an All-Star.
All right. Adnan, we got to go. We know you got to go. Thanks for spending some extra time with us. The book comes out when?
August 26th. Amazon, I'll post the link later. I'll give you the link, Mike.
Awesome.
You put it up in Seattle Sports.
Done and done. Done and done. You're the best. Good to talk to you, buddy.
You guys are the best, too. Great to see you.
All right. And yes, I did post the link. So if you follow me on Twitter, you can go order Adnan's book. He's awesome. Coming up next. Now, you know what? I think I got 6 guys I'd like to pay a compliment to. 6 people. A compliment. Next on Brock and Salk.
This summer, the Mariners take over Atlanta with the All-Star Fantastic Four.
Holy smokes!
Andres.
99 crackles over the corner. Ryan Wu has retired 13 Yankees in a row. Julio Rodriguez dives and he makes the catch.
And Cal.
Number 34 for the Big Dumpers.
Congratulations to the Mariners All-Star 4. From the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
You're listening to Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app. This hour is brought to you by Fred Meyer Pharmacy, with a special message for Medicare D and TRICARE Department of Defense plan members. Your neighborhood Fred Meyer Pharmacy is happy to welcome back Express Scripts Medicare D and TRICARE Department of Defense plan members. It's easy to transfer prescriptions at fredmeyer.com/pay or update. See your Fred Meyer Pharmacy for details.
This summer, make sure your roof is ready for the season ahead with a company you can trust, like 3 Tree Roofing. We're not just your roofers, we're your neighbors, and we're here to help you protect your home this season. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free on-site estimate and get your roof replaced before the summer rush and potential material price increases. Our certified technicians make your roof replacement easy and worry-free, so you can focus on the important things this summer. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free, no-pressure estimate. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Collectors, Front Row Card Show is returning to Tacoma. Join us at the Greater Tacoma Convention Center on July 12th and 13th. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards, plus collectibles such as Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. Beckett, CGC, and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. More than 400 tables, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Greater Tacoma Convention Center, Saturday and Sunday, July 12th and 13th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
Matt Coker here from West Coast Men's Health. Guys, Viagra is not the answer for your problem. I know you think it is, but Viagra has horrible side effects, and for most men, the longer you're on it, the less it works. Viagra is not a curative medication. It's not fixing your problem. It's a Band-Aid for a shark bite. Acoustic wave therapy is the newest technology that can correct your problem, not just treat it. We can do something that no pill can do. We can restore your blood flow naturally. Get off Viagra today. Change your life like the thousands of men who already have, regardless of your age or your medical history. If you're tired of dealing with Peyronie's disease or erectile dysfunction, then call West Coast Men's Health today.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Immaculate greens, unrivaled natural beauty, championship caliber conditions. Loomis Trail is the epitome of Northwest golf. With water in play on nearly every hole and tree-lined fairways, Loomis Trail provides a fantastic golf experience for those that want a challenge and those looking for a fun getaway. What round are you up for? Tee times available online at golfloomis.com. Start planning your perfect golf getaway today.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer? It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously. seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified, plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The countdown is on.
15 days until Seahawks training camp.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. 710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to see you on the interview.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello!
Morning, buddy.
Morning, Michael. How are you?
Excellent. Superb. I'm a superb owl.
You want a quick confession? Not the one that I shared with you a couple minutes ago.
That's
we
good,
keep that
because
stuff
I don't
off
want
the
that.
air. Yeah, no,
Disgusting.
nobody needs to hear that, especially not our board op that's visiting today. We're not going to do something like that. No, you want a really quick confession? A week and a half ago, the wedding, absolute home run. Did not want the night to end.
Right.
Neither did Gigi, neither did Grandma or Grandpa or Papa or anybody, right? Nobody wanted that night to end. In fact, it could have gone to the early hours of. Sorry, Tony Dungy. It could have. It could have kept on rocking and dancing and having the time of our lives. And, you know, when they drove off in the little getaway car and they headed on their honeymoon, not that hard. Not that hard. Last night and this morning, pretty difficult. Much harder than dropping them off at college.
Because?
It's weird. I didn't even think about it. Partly because I probably didn't even think about it.
Well, tell people what happened this morning.
Well, this morning, Haley and Dylan took off, unloaded everything out of our garage yesterday, all the gifts, all their luggage, all their stuff they'd been storing at our house. Dylan got the U-Haul yesterday, and the two of them just, you know, I got to see Haley absolutely Molly's hat of like design and laying it all out and logistics and don't touch anything. And I'm going to put this here. It was just amazing. And I honestly had not prepared myself for them just driving off. Like, as Haley said last night, you know, we were out on the deck, our last little grown-up conversation said, what are you most excited about? And what are you most nervous about?
Right.
Tomorrow when you turn the ignition, which happened early this morning as they're on their way to Florida. And she said, I'm just most excited to, you know, to start my marriage, right? Like to really live life. Most nervous about being a long ways away, farther from family than ever before. Dylan, very similar. He's more worried about his oil filter that he and his dad jerry-rigged. Hopefully it is not leaking oil in West Texas at some point later today. But I had not prepared myself for that moment. That was harder than the wedding. That was harder than dropping off to college. It was harder than everything else. Is that are now setting off in their real life together to begin marriage.
Well, so Brock, I'll remind you what my mom always says, which is the distance and proximity are not the same thing.
Say that again?
You said she's going to be farther away from home. Distance and proximity aren't the same thing. being far away physically doesn't necessarily mean actually being farther away from home. Not in today's world, not with all of the ways to be in communication. Closeness is how close the two of you are and how much you talk and how much you're there for each other. There's nothing to do with location and distance. That's
beautiful.
That's an old
That's
school way of
beautiful.
looking at it. Hey, I'm
And
here to help.
Seriously, to think that you were going to quote your mother with something beautiful like that.
Well, I think my mother had to tell herself something when I left for college 3,000 miles away when I was 18. She got to come up with something to tell herself at that point.
There you go.
Anyway, let's a few minutes of Mariner talk here, Brock, and then Jeff Passan's going to join us early at 7:30 today, and got a bunch of other fun things, a little game to play later. But I found myself thinking about these Mariners and, why are they where they are? Which is, not perfect. Obviously, 6.5 games back of the Astros, who finally lost yesterday, but in the third wild card spot and playing some pretty good baseball for the most part. And I think one thing that I have found likable about them and maybe a little bit different than some of the other years that we found them frustrating is they have enough players capable of getting hot at some point during the year that for not every minute, but almost through the entire year, someone other than Cal has been hot. I mean, Cal's obviously right now in his own, he's just been hot. But at some point this year, they've relied on Polanco a couple of times. They've relied on Randy, just hit 6 home runs in a 7-game stretch. They've relied on Luke Raley, who came back and I thought really has played well since returning. They've relied on JP, who's gone through ups and downs, but ultimately has been a pretty important part of this. Dylan Moore had a month where he was one of the best hitters in baseball. Heck, Leo Rivas had a month where he was one of the best hitters in baseball with an on-base percentage over 500. And the Mariners took advantage of those things. That's a lot of guys I just mentioned. What is that, 6 guys? Polanco, Randy, Raley, JP, Moore, Rivas. That's 6, in addition to Cal. That's 7 guys. Cal's always been hot. But you've had at least somebody there with him for most of the season, which is why, outside of that one kind of god-awful stretch, they've played mostly good ball.
Yep. Even Rowdy had a week and a half where he hit a bunch of home runs and won you a couple different games. And what comes to my mind, Salk, and it's a very short term, I think the sum to be a Jag, just another guy. Oh, he's just another guy. This roster is not full of a bunch of jacks. It's not full of a bunch of 4A guys. It's full of some volatile guys, some peaks and some valleys kind of guys, right? Different ages, different stages, some young, some old, some beat up, some
but they got some upside
and all of that. But they do. They're not just your standard vanilla, right? You've got some different flavors in that frozen food aisle, and I think because of it, they've been able to 48 and 42. Right, to kind of be right here, 53% winning percentage, kind of right in that range, and giving themselves a chance here in the second half of the season.
There is one obvious name that I did not list there, right?
And by the way, you didn't even mention the pitchers, right?
No, I was just talking about that. No, and we know about that. I mean, I spent yesterday complimenting the pitchers and talking about how it's the pitching stupid and all that, but just looking at the offensive side of it, someone's always been kind of there with Cal, taking their turn, being hot. And maybe Dom Canzone is on that list as well. There's a bunch of guys that you could mention. There's one name you can't.
Yep.
And that's the reason they're 48 and 42?
Yep.
They're 48 and 42 instead of having 55 wins, 54 wins, whatever the number is. Because the one name that hasn't been on that list is Julio. And we went through yesterday and I went back over my most intriguing list and talked about how, obviously.
Where was Julio?
He was number 1.
Number 1.
And he still is right there near the top because everything that's where so much of the conversation is. What about Julio? Where is Julio? When is Julio going to? What's wrong with? What about, he's still right there in the thick of everything. And I guess I just kind of keep maintaining the idea that if and when it's going to take this team to another level.
Yeah, last week I may have stole this from you. If I did, I apologize with Jeff Passan, but I think it totally cements everything you just said there. This team, I said it was kind of my hypothesis to Jeff, and he really liked it, and I tweeted it. And that is, this team goes in 2025 as Cal goes. We know that. He's one of the 3 best players on the planet right now. Sorry, Savannah Bananas. Sorry, what's happened in Japan. Sorry, Korea. I don't know all of you. But as far as Major League Baseball goes, he's one of the 3 best to do it. And this team, 2025, goes as Cal goes. The ceiling of this team goes as Julio goes. Like, it will go. Cal will carry him, and he'll do his part. And right now, because of him, you're 48 and 42, and contributions from everybody. It's not – baseball is a game of a bunch of independent contractors. But the ceiling of this team, Salk, is this team going to be a wild card team? Is this team going to chase down Houston? Is this team going to be a World Series contender? That still depends on 44. That still depends very much on the upside and the talent, and for one Julio Rodriguez to get red hot at some point this season.
100%. All right, Jeff Passan will join us again coming up in 20. We'll do that after everything you need to know. Brock, we'll see how you do on a new Seahawks list. Yesterday you were stumped. Today I think you'll do better. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
The voice of your Seattle Mariners, Aaron Goldsmith, is here with us. Aaron, are you running out of things to say about Cal Raleigh?
It is a really fun struggle to have to try to frame his season in the proper context and to try to really present, truly at this point, as you know, historical examples for how one-of-a-kind this season is becoming for Cal Raleigh.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain.
DayandNight.net.
You got a pipe with a leak, water's reaching its peak.
DayandNight.net.
Your old water heater, she's starting to peter.
DayandNight.net.
The throne's not too well, and ooh, does it smell?
DayandNight.net.
Have a clogged drain, water heater issue, or plumbing repair, and wish you could get a second opinion? Maybe it's sticker shock, or you'd like to know your options. Hi, I'm Bruce, General Manager of Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Don't feel trapped. Do the smart thing and get a second opinion. Day and Night will provide you with a fair and honest quote, explain all your options, and help you with the right solution. Give us a call or visit dayandnight.net. I guarantee you, whether Day and Night is your first choice or smart second opinion, we'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
DayandNight.net.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. Summer is the perfect time for a new roof. Take advantage of our easy financing, summer specials, and the best warranty in the business. Have a great summer. See you next hockey season. Trust Techline.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
Business leaders know to solve a problem, you gotta look at it in a new way. Like travel between Seattle and Portland. Why is it such a pain? I-5 traffic, TSA slowdowns, SeaTac hassles. Seaport removes those pain points. We fly out of Boeing Field and a private terminal at PDX. You park for free, steps away from your plane. And with flights every 45 minutes, you're always home for dinner. Problem solved. Seaport Airlines. It's about time.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident Book Series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
You're free now. Free to stream beyond your wildest dreams.
Rom-coms, slasher-coms, space operas.
Free to fill your feed with impossibly chunky chunkers.
Cats, corgis, babies on demand.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things.
Bowl of chips on the Robo-Vacuum.
Free to open a world of remote work and Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com.
Limited availability, service in select locations only.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, this is a very difficult road trip the Mariners start today as they go for 6 games, 3 in the Bronx, 3 in Detroit. Logan Gilbert will be on the hill tonight, Brock, to get this started against Will Warren. And, you look at the pitching matchups in the 3 games in New York, and the Mariners should have an advantage really throughout that series, right?
Mm-hmm. And the Yankees bullpen is struggle. They got a bunch of injuries there as well, so they're not pitching very well. They have been not playing good baseball. They don't lead the American League East anymore. Obviously, Judge right in the middle of it is, this is your chance to, I know Lyle wants to pitch around him and don't give him anything to hit, and they didn't win the series in Seattle because he hit that home run in the rubber match of it. But, yeah, I kind of said to you before the show, I kind of like this, just competitively. I kind of like this going into the break because there's no coasting. You got a day off finally after 17 games in a row, and you kind of get to see who you are against 2 of the better teams in the American League. They're likely playoff contenders. Yeah, sign me up for it. I think it'll be a cool data point, right? Cool data point for the organization, for the management. What do guys do? How do you finish this thing? If you go win both these series or go 3-3, 4-2. Yeah, man, you feel good about the draft and starting to make some moves to help your team in the second half.
You're also going to get a chance, as you just said, to see the AL MVP matchup. And we saw it here in Seattle, but I don't think we knew at that time just how clearly these 2 guys were going to delineate themselves. Now they have, right? It's really Cal and Judge, and you get an opportunity to see them play against each other for 3 days. Adnan Virk, joining us yesterday from MLB Network, said he may have been swayed to Cal.
So on all levels, he is a complete overall player. And Anthony Recker, who's a former catcher, made the point to me. He goes, I don't know how Raleigh's not the MVP. I said, what are you talking about? Aaron Judge has an OPS over 1,200. He's going to win his 3rd MVP. He goes, but look at what Raleigh's doing on that team. Where's his support staff? And I said, well, it's not like Goldschmidt and Bellinger. Those guys are MVPs. They're former MVPs. They're not what they once were. He goes, I'm telling you, Cal Raleigh is more valuable to his team than Aaron Judge is to the New York Yankees. Raleigh should win MVP. Catcher, by the way, look at what a position that is, the toll that takes. Even if you're DHing here and there, he's primarily a catcher. He goes, if he can keep this up, if he hits 60 home runs, for God's sakes, as a catcher, and the Mariners can make the 3rd wildcard spot, he goes, that guy should be an MVP.
It's a pretty compelling case, and we'll get a chance to see it this week. Astros lose finally to Cleveland last night. Lots of former Mariners in that one. Paul Sewald and Matt Festa throwing in the pen for the Guardians. Cooper Hummel and then Taylor Trammell had a 3-run shot for Houston. Anyway, 6.5 games now in the West.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
I don't know what to make of this, Brock. I mean, we've spent so much time talking about how Cal Raleigh is, a humble servant leader, all those things, and maybe it's all a lie. I mean, after seeing the video of an 8-year-old Cal, maybe he's not that humble. Here he was, courtesy of his dad through Daniel Kramer, talking about his desire to win the home run derby when he was 8.
I'm the home run derby champ.
Oh.
Say in the champ. I'm the home run derby champ. He got
I wasn't in a contest, was he?
You are going pee. What you say? What you say? I'm the man. I'm the man. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm the man. I'm the man. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Brock, have we been sold a lie? Is this a bill of goods? Is Cal Raleigh actually an arrogant son of a gun?
Was that Boy Howdy or was that Cal Raleigh?
That's Cal Raleigh.
Are you sure?
He's really cute in that. I mean, what a cute 8-year-old.
Oh my gosh. You know what kind of, oh, go ahead, Lyle.
I was going to say, if Cal really wants to win people over, if he wins this thing next week, he should get on that interview with Buster Olney or whoever it's going to be and say, I'm the home run derby champ.
I'm the man. I'm the man.
If he does that, he's going to win a lot of people over, even more than he already has.
That is hysterical. Byron Buxton is going to be in the Derby. James Wood is going to be in the Derby. And Ronald Acuna, Brock also now we know is going to be in the Derby. Rowdy Tellez found a home. The Rangers signed him to a minor league deal. Was supposed to be playing his first game Sunday, but I guess it got postponed from weather. So Rowdy's found a home. Yep. Wasn't I just asking you guys that yesterday? And the news came out right afterwards.
That's right. You know what that video did also remind me of? Do you remember the old videos of Peyton and Eli and playing in the yard and everything else?
No.
Yes. Oh, yes, you do.
I really don't.
Really?
Yeah. Why would I remember that?
No, very, very similar.
I try not, when the mass NFL media tries to force that narrative down my throat, Brock, I tune away.
Right.
I'm not interested in that.
Push.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
I didn't do that well yesterday with running backs on the ESPN top 10 list.
That was ridiculous.
Well, how are you going to do today with
Ken
defensive
Walker
tackles?
was behind Jerome Bettis, who's retired.
Isn't that Jermaine? Brock, how do the Seahawks do on the list of top defensive tackles?
Oh, top D tackles.
Yes.
I mean, Leonard Williams better be in the top 10 or I'll puke all over this mic.
All right. Is that the only one? Is that your guess? One Leonard Williams in the top 10? You're absolutely right. Leonard Williams, number 6. And that was it. He got votes as high as number 2. The 5 ahead of him. Could you name the 5 defensive tackles ahead of Leonard Williams?
Oh, jeez. Let's see. Refrigerated Perry, Aaron Donald.
That would be current defensive tackles.
Your boy in Philly is going to be on that
number 3
list ahead of him.
Number 3.
Your boy in Kansas City is going to be
Chris Jones, number 2.
Chris Jones is going to be ahead of him. Fletcher Cox retired recently.
Yeah, he's not on this list. Dexter Lawrence, number 1.
Yeah, that's probably fair.
Jeffrey Simmons, still number 4, just ahead of him.
Feels a little high.
And then Quinnen Williams, number 5.
Yeah, okay.
Those sound right?
Yeah, it sounds about right.
He's in that group. And by the way, people had them sort of all over. But for the most part, again, between 2 and 10, somewhere in that range. Here was what Mike McDonald said about him and his leadership this year.
Man, he's one of our driving forces. You got to give him a lot of credit on his approach since, we met him a year ago. We knew he was an awesome guy. We knew he was a great football player. But what we needed from him was more in terms of a leadership role and asserting himself. And he does it his style, but at this point in your career to challenge yourself to take it to another level, I think that speaks volumes for who he is. And our coaches, they deserve a shout out too, because they saw it in him and work with them, consistently. Leslie does a great job with that AD. Obviously we love him but there's high expectations too. I mean, he's got to win. He's got to win rushes. He's got to be disruptive in the run game. He's got to set other guys up when, they're giving him attention in the blocking or in their protection scheme. But that's what you want as a premier player. You want that added attention.
Yep, he's a blue chipper. He's a premier player. He's one of the 5 best at his position, and hopefully Salk, honestly. And I don't know if you're a little scared I mean, I'm probably a little gun shy to do another intriguing list of Seahawks after the Mariners.
No, I think I'll be okay. I was asked to do a mid-season Mariner intriguing list. We may do that at the All-Star break.
And I don't know where Leonard Williams would be on your most intriguing Seahawk, but honestly, the guy behind him should be way up there. All of this talk, Leonard, you know who needs to be on this list next year of a fringe top 10 receiving votes? Yes, 100%.
Absolutely.
He's got to take a huge step forward in his sophomore
because
season.
I'm sorry, and as much as it's great to see him there, you can't help but think, God, Jalen Carter and Leonard Williams together up front?
Yep.
That'd be pretty dominant. That's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. For those of you who love Tuesdays with Jeff Passan, you're going to get it today, but a little early. So apologies if you wait till 8:30. Jeff's going to come up next on Brock and Salk.
Here comes the 0-2. After a weekend of pitching dominance.
Strike 3 called freeze him. Ryan Wu punches out his 7th hitter.
Swing and a miss. Strike 3. George Kirby strikes out Triolo.
And Castillo scoreless through 4.
The Mariners take their 3-series win streak on the road. Mariners Yankees live from the Bronx. Today at 4. Hear every pitch on Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app. The home of the Mariners.
Another 80-degree day here in Seattle. Summer is in full swing, right? All the weekend trips, vacation, kids out of school, maybe in camp, driving around. There's a lot going on. I get it. But you might be thinking you're too busy to start that diet, that workout, that weight loss plan. Don't make another excuse. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic makes it really easy for you. You're not going to feel like you're adding one more thing to your already busy life. No, you're going to be subtracting something, a lot of weight. I did the plan. I lost 35 pounds. Ryan Rowland Smith did it. He lost 30 pounds. We heard from a listener recently who lost 42 pounds and was still on it. How about that? Summer, perfect time to get this done. I found that when I was doing it, I had a lot more energy, not hungry all the time, and the food was still really, really good. Dr. Coogan's worked with over 4,000 local people, and they deliver successful results. Be the next one. Schedule your 15 minutes with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Do you know a woman who gives her all to the sports community, encourages diversity, and empowers those around her? Stacey Rost here. Seattle Sports is partnering with the Seattle chapter of WISE, which stands for Women in Sports and Events. We want to recognize a woman in our community, and we need your help finding her. Nominations for the 4th annual Women of Inspiration Award are open until July 11th. The winner will receive a donation to the cause of their choice. Nominate an inspiring woman today at WOISeattle.org. That's WOISeattle.org.
the home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
At 65 years old, Brian has a rather demanding hobby.
My biggest passion is snow skiing, and I ski between 70 and 80 days per year. And I ski instruct at a private resort in Montana.
Needless to say, that can be a bit tough on the joints.
When this knee started to bother me, I thought I'm doomed.
That's when Brian decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
If I did yard work or skied a few days in a row, I was fighting swelling and pain and no sleep and all sorts of problems, and that has absolutely gone away.
So are you back on the slopes?
I mean, I had a 14-day stretch with clients where I skied every day and I had no problem. It was fine. It was just like, I felt like new.
So I'm guessing you would recommend this to others.
Oh, I already have. I've told everyone that'll listen.
Whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
It's really, truly a miracle.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health. It's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Got some fun stuff for you today, Brock. Got a little game for you that I created, and then I stole from Wyman and Bob a little What If Wednesday on a Tuesday.
What?
Yeah, but it was worth it, and I think you'll enjoy this question. This one's right up your alley.
Did you ask Lefko if you could do that?
No, I credited. I feel like that's
you ask him about Wimbledon.
I gave a footnote.
Over there?
There was a footnote. I footnoted the whole thing.
All right.
Jeff Passan joining us now a little bit early today. Sorry about that. Generally Jeff at 8:30, but we got Jeff a little early. Good morning, sir. How are you?
My kid's got a doctor's appointment. You know, as much as I'm sure Village Pediatrics would love me doing Brock and Salk from their waiting room.
Probably would.
It's probably not the best. No, they probably wouldn't. Probably wouldn't.
Isn't your kid like 19 years old? They're still going to a pediatrician?
The younger one too. He's 13.
Okay, 13. Yeah. All right. Fair enough.
Know his family.
Well, Jeff always calls them my boy, my child. So at first you think they're like 8 years old, but then you realize they're actually a lot older than that. Jeff, let's we'll talk some baseball right off the bat. Let's start with Cal because he's obviously the story, and he's gonna hit in the Derby. Any suggestions for Cal in the Derby?
Hit the ball over the fence.
You haven't done like a full Derby study on how to win the Derby?
Well, no catcher's ever won the Derby.
Yeah.
He'd be the first to do that.
How about hitting, the switch hitting thing? Like there's some real questions for Cal here.
I know we've seen it with a switch hitting catcher, in fact. And Adley Rutschman absolutely went off and I believe still didn't advance or maybe advanced one round. When it comes to the home run derby, I think there's quite a bit of luck involved. Are you feeling it that day or not? Is your swing grooved or not? And it's going to be interesting for me to see, okay, does he go right-handed, take a timeout, and then go left-handed? Does he go right-handed a full round and then left-handed the next round? During BP, is he feeling one of the swings a little bit more than the other and decides to go with the hot hand? I think here would be my advice for Cal Raleigh. Just have fun. This is such a cool thing to be in the Derby, and I've seen guys psych themselves out. not because of the pressure, but because they just, they're competitors and they want to do well, and they wind up overexerting themselves and blowing themselves out early. So I think the advice, if I had any, would be to hydrate and pace yourself.
How big a deal are these next 3 in New York against Aaron Judge?
I think it's how big of a deal are the next 6, right? Because if you're the Mariners, don't you look at this like this is our potential division series and LCS matchup? Like these are potentially the 2 best teams in the American League besides us. And, the Astros have certainly worked themselves into the mix, and the Blue Jays have been fantastic and are on an absolute heater lately and look like a very good team. But I think the M's, if you look at where they're at right now, 6 games over 500, coming off a literal series shutout against the Pirates, they're feeling themselves a little.
I think that's all totally fair collectively. I guess I am just individually for Cal Raleigh, for Aaron Judge, for New York, for a market in Seattle where, let's face it, when they play the late game windows and it's first pitch 11 o'clock on the East Coast, how many writers, how many baseball voters, how many of those guys are watching this versus, all right, here we go. Here's 3, right, wrong, or indifferent. Like here's 3 against Aaron Judge in his park for these 2 that, as Salk said, have really delineated himself in the MVP conversation.
I see what you're saying. In that respect, as a former MVP voter, I never really looked at individual series, particularly like series in July, as being some sort of some sort of thing that I took into account. So that's me. Maybe other voters are different. I just think it's cool that the 2 of them are going to be playing against each other, and we're going to see like the 2 powerhouses of the sport in 2025 go head to head, where their teams are in very similar positions. Actually, I talked with Cal earlier this week and brought up Aaron Judge, and it was very interesting to see what his perspective is on Judge and the sort of the reverence that people around the sport have, not for just Judge as this unbeatable player, but Judge as a person and Judge as a leader, and how Cal Raleigh is embracing that role more this year than he has in the past, and is taking cues from how Aaron Judge does conduct himself inside of the clubhouse and with his teammates. I think he looks at him, I want to be like Aaron Judge as a player, sure, but every bit as important for the role that I have now with the Seattle Mariners, I want to be like him as a person too.
I went to the game last Thursday and saw your beloved Royals there. Who's the manager of the Royals?
Number one, they're not my beloved Royals,
please.
but I
Just
say
kidding.
the same to you.
I know. Who's the manager of that team?
Matt Quatraro.
What he I don't understand him. It worked out for him, but he's got a 1-run lead. He's got men on second and third in the 9th with 2 outs and Cal Raleigh up, and he's like, "Yeah, I'll pitch to him." What am I missing? In what world would you pitch to Cal Raleigh in that spot?
The one where you get him out.
Yeah, I mean, it worked, but gosh, I was at the game. I was like, well, clearly they're going to walk. I was already thinking about what the matchup would look like with the Rosarena, and who, by the way, is hot also. Maybe that has something to do with it, but I'm just surprised when anybody pitches in a big spot to guys like Cal or Judge or Ohtani or any of these guys at this point. Just if you have an opportunity to don't do it.
You know what I think it is, and I don't have the data of that particular matchup in front of me, but there are a lot of times where you'll have like a sheet if you're a manager, and on one side will be your pitchers, like in the up-down column, and going across will be their hitters. And there will be, it's almost color-coded, right? Like the intersection, and who was pitching there? Was it Carlos Estevez?
Yep.
Okay. I am guessing the color where Carlos Estevez and Cal Raleigh met was red. Like, yeah, you can go get him. Like, he's susceptible. He's vulnerable. This is a good matchup. And you gotta trust your people sometimes. At the same time, you also have to acknowledge the situation. And listen, I'm with you. I probably would have walked him too, but sometimes there are numbers that we are not privy to that make those decisions make some more sense. So I'm not going to sit here and say, what's this guy doing? Is he an idiot? And, no,
let's all do that.
Yeah, I did that. Well, so let me ask you this. So while I was at that game, I was there with my kids, and my youngest is 11. She's getting pretty into baseball, watching with me every night. And one of the really fun parts of taking her to the game was just talking through all of those scenarios with her, like, hey, if they do this, they're going to do that. Hey, this is a really big at bat with Julio because if they get him up, if Julio gets on, then they got to face Cal here in the 7th. Otherwise, Cal might not come up again. So we're kind of going through all of that, and I was realizing that is one of, if not my very favorite part of baseball. And as I was thinking about talking to you today, I don't know that I've ever asked you, what is your favorite part of baseball? What is your favorite thing about this game?
That every time I go to the ballpark, I see something different. And I love that baseball is a gift that you can open and you never know what's going to be inside. And I suppose that you can say the same thing about all sports. And so maybe that's more of a general sports take than baseball, but I think baseball gives you so many different permutations and so many different possibilities of what's going to happen during any given game, that the wide variance of outcomes and the fact that I truly can't predict what's going to happen in the game to any extent. Like in football, you have a decent sense of how things are going to turn out. And maybe there's scheming and strategy that's involved that mitigates some of those things, but I know if Patrick Mahomes is going against the defense, he's usually going to be on the positive side of it. In the NBA, it's a very star-driven game. The ball is in the hands of the stars far more often than it is everybody else on the team. So you know that offense is going to flow through them, and that's going to be, that's going to dictate who wins the game, how your stars play. In baseball, it's anyone. In baseball, Miles Mastrobuoni can have a ridiculous week, or Donovan Solano can carry a team. And I just love that about the game, that it is so unpredictable and it always leaves me satisfied.
Well, you said to us last week, is you prep for this segment every single week. One of the things you do is go to that Baseball Savant page and you dig into one Julio Rodriguez. And he may be the king of permutations in 2025 because every week, as you said to us last week, is kind of a different sample size. And this homestand was not a good one for him. I think he was 2 for 27. He had, a nice double against Skeens, but that was about it once again. So as we dig into the Julio Rodriguez week-to-week conversation, what stands out now?
Well, he's an all-star, and I appreciate that somebody's defensive contributions can be recognized as his were. But Brock, I also want to just say I don't look at 1 week samples as being indicative of a whole lot other than how somebody is feeling at a particular time. And I'm much more interested in how Julio Rodriguez fares this week because these are the players and these are the pitchers he's going to be seeing in the postseason, right? Like this is the kind of week where if Julio Rodriguez steps up and has some big games, it makes you Mariners fan feel a lot better because that's what you want to see. You want to see when it's prime time, how is this guy going to handle it? How is he going to react? What is he going to be? And we know he wants to be the guy. We know he wants to be in the center of everything, but we need to see it. Show us what you got.
We are, 24 days away, something like that, from the trade deadline. So there's sort of two different types of conversations, I think, around the trade deadline. There's the guys that are most likely going to get moved, and then there's the dare to dream conversation. So let me put these three names in the dream conversation, a 10% chance or less that they get dealt, let alone to the Mariners. But Joel Sherman brought up Acuna and then put the Mariners in the conversation. So I'll ask you, what would it take, besides everything, to get the Braves to trade Acuna?
Oh boy. I don't think it's going to happen. And here's the thing. I found Joel's argument to be about as compelling as an argument you can make to trade a superstar. But you don't trade guys like that. You just don't. You especially don't trade guys like that who are signed to well under market contracts. So I don't think that's a reality. But what would it take? Colt Emerson, Johnny Farmelo, Durangelo St. John, and Ryan Sloan.
I'd make that deal.
That's it.
Sold.
Would you?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And if they wanted closer to major league pitching, take Bryce Miller instead of one of the other two pitchers. To put Ronald Acuna on this team, pair him with Julio and Cal and Randy. I mean, yeah, absolutely, I would do that. And you get him for 4 playoff runs for 3.5 years at $17 million apiece. Yeah, where do I sign up for that? Absolutely, 100% yes.
All right. I might be light on that, by the way. This is not going to happen, so I haven't even thought about it. But
all right, well, let me give you
in my head. That's where it was.
How about Matt Olson and how about Alex Bregman?
No, and no. I don't think either is going to move. And Bregman, I could have seen. Bregman, I could see more than Olson. I just have a hard time believing the Braves are going to trade a first baseman who's signed for a pretty reasonable deal, like $21 million a year. Hometown kid who, they didn't give up a whole lot in hindsight to go get him, but he's a really good player, and the Braves want to keep winning, even though they're not, even though they haven't for 2 years right now. You're an objectively worse team without Matt Olson than you are with him, and as much as their farm system needs an infusion of talent, I just don't see Alex Anthopoulos moving any of his core guys at this point.
Do baseball GMs react in any way similar to NFL GMs in this sense, Jeff? As you're having this conversation, I'm kind of just thinking out loud of, wasn't it just this week that Rizzo was fired in Washington? That you looked at that trade of Soto and it was like, oh, look at the haul it brought back and look at all these amazing pieces, and some of them are doing great things, right, at the major league level, but yet my job just got terminated, right, even though I supposedly made a home run kind of move. Do those circumstances in any way impact the Braves, impact these teams that may be looking at it going, geez, should I do this? Should I reset it? Because even if I win this trade, maybe a couple years from now, I don't have job security, even if these guys are playing, because this isn't the best thing. Do they look at their peers in the major league level as much as it feels like they do at the NFL level? If that makes any sense?
Yeah, I think they absolutely look at the haul that the Nationals got in the Juan Soto trade and say to themselves, Well, that's kind of interesting. It's the same way that with the Mark Teixeira trade in Texas, it wasn't quite the same in the end, but at the time getting Elvis Andrus and a bunch of others, that was seen as something of a coup. Not like this. I mean, James Wood, I don't know how many guys under 23 I would put in the Hall of Fame, but I think James Wood, if he stays healthy, is going to be a Hall of Famer. Like that's how good the power is. Like, he is a spectacularly talented hitter. And Mackenzie Gore is second behind Zach Wheeler in the National League in strikeouts. And C.J. Abrams has the best offensive season so far of any shortstop in the National League. One of those in the deal, you did okay. Two of those is a bonanza, and three is an all-timer. And we're not even talking about Robert Hassel, who's going to be a fourth outfielder in the big leagues, and Harlan Susana, who's throwing 102 at Double-A. at like 20 years old. So they did well, and other teams look at it like we could do well too. But I mean, then you look at the Mookie Betts trade. Oops. And then you look, and then you look at other trades. I don't know if the Rafael Devers trade is going to be like that, but you don't see stars move often for a reason. It's because they just cannot match up on that talent. And in that situation with the Padres and the Nationals, the Padres were desperate, and AJ Preller loves stars, and he was going to get one for 2 playoff runs, and it was worth it because they thought that they could continue building their farm system. Their farm system right now, though, is not good. They've got Leo DeVries and Ethan Salas, and beyond that, there's not a whole lot. And because of that, the Padres' future doesn't look quite as bright as it would have if they had, Jackson Merrill and James Wood teaming up side by side.
You, Jeff, you mentioned the series shutout of the Pirates. It was pretty remarkable to watch. It wasn't even just that they didn't give up a run. The Pirates essentially didn't even threaten to score a run in the 3-game series. And the time through before that, you look at the other 2 guys in the rotation right now. Logan Evans went, 5 2/3, didn't allow a run. Logan Gilbert had the worst start of the 5. He allowed 1 run in his last start. So they went through a full turn in the rotation. I know Hancock was in there at the time, but the 5 guys currently in the rotation gave up 1 run total in their last start. What are we looking at right now with this rotation, and what could it look like for the next 3 months to finish this up?
What we're looking at is it's not quite the rotation that everybody envisioned when we were looking at the best case scenario for the Seattle Mariners in 2025, but I mean it's pretty close, and it shows you when you have starting pitching like this, you can go and dominate series. And to me, the takeaway I have from this, the Pittsburgh Pirates lineup is awful, just top to bottom, really, really bad. So there's that part of it, but at the same time, you got to go out and execute your pitches. The Pirates roster isn't so bad that if you leave a middle fastball, it's going to get hit. Like they're talented enough to do that still. What this shows me is that the Mariners starting rotation right now, especially, is feeling good and feeling healthy and feeling right. And considering where we were, 6 weeks ago, where there were questions about Kirby, where there were questions about Gilbert, what are the Mariners going to get from them this year? This has to make you feel really good about not just the present, but what those next 3 months hold. And that if they stay healthy, this could be a special run from this team.
Jeffrey, this will be the last time we talk to you before the draft on Sunday. The Mariners have a pretty premium pick at number 3. Are you hearing any whispers, any hints, any ideas of how that could fall 1, 2, 3 on Sunday?
Oh, I'm glad you framed it that way, because everything the Mariners do depends on what happens in front of them. They have a bunch of different routes that they could take. They could go college starter, and if Cade Anderson drops to the number 3 pick, would not surprise me if the Mariners took him. Liam Doyle from Tennessee with a huge fastball left-handed in the mix too. And if you go college starter, it's almost trying to mitigate against another of those starters who's closer to free agency potentially leaving. Which nobody wants to hear, but that's a reality. That's how you have to plan. They could go with Ivo Arquette, a giant shortstop from Oregon State, who has put up numbers throughout his career. They could go with Seth Hernandez, a right-handed pitcher from Corona High in Los Angeles, who's might be the most talented player in the draft. They could go with Ethan Holiday, Matt Holliday's kid, who, I think he was going to go with the first overall pick before the Nationals fired Mike Rizzo. Now that's a little bit more in question. They could go with Eli Willits, Reggie Willits' son, or Billy Carlson, who's Seth Hernandez's teammate at Corona, both high school shortstops, or JoJo Parker. They could go under slot. They could spend more money later in the draft. They could go over. I mean, the world is the Mariners' oyster
What's
right
the
now.
home
And
run?
while this is
What's the home run? What is the very best case scenario for them?
Kate Anderson drops the 3.
Yeah.
Yep.
If that doesn't happen, then what? What's the second best?
I don't know that there is a second best.
If that's the case, then Kate Anderson's probably not going to drop the 3, right? I mean, like, because wouldn't that then be the best case for everyone?
Yeah, I think there's a scenario in which Holiday goes 1-1, in which Liam Doyle goes second to the Angels, in which Anderson drops the Mariners. I think it's unlikely, but I could see something like that happening because, the Nationals are not winning anytime soon, and Holiday is a let's win 4 years down the road pick. Doyle is the kind of guy who could be rushed to the big leagues tomorrow, though I suppose Anderson too. But the Angels, I think, want to go with somebody who could be there faster than anyone else, and that's the scenario in which Anderson goes to 3.
30-second answer or less. How are the Astros doing this?
Devil magic.
I only needed
And
2
I'm gonna
seconds.
use-
Even
and
better.
I'm going to use my other 25 seconds now to tell everybody that either on Sunday or Monday there will be a very large, in-depth feature on Cal Raleigh running on the ESPN.com website by yours truly.
Oh, wow.
And I've been talking with people all week and am very excited for this story. So keep an eye out. It's going to be a good one.
Tell me why. Why this story? Why will this be the best Cal story we've read?
Because I'm writing it.
You know who I'm going to play that for is your buddy Greg. I'm going to play that cut for Greg Bishop the next time he's in.
Yep. He is going to kill me for it.
Oh, he is. In fact, Brock is out next Tuesday. Are you in with us Tuesday, even though it's the All-Star game? Can you join us still?
I'll try, yeah.
Because I'm thinking I might try to get Greg in here for that.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, you should.
All right. Well, I don't want to do it if you're not available. I'll text you later. There you go. There's Jeff Passan. Joins us every Tuesday, hopefully next week as well. And Brock.
Because
I wrote it. We'll be right back with a comp made here in town this week that I think you'll like. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Jordan Schusterman every Wednesday morning at 11 with Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports.
How do you foresee this rotation shaping out before the All-Star break?
I certainly don't think that's the last we will see of Emerson Hancock this season. I will be interested to see if Logan Evans can make a push to replace him at some point, how they kind of go back and forth between both of those guys. I think from a workload standpoint, I have to imagine they want to be a little bit more careful with Evans.
Get more on the Seattle Sports YouTube page and the Seattle Sports app.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Being the new kid in high school is hard. I didn't know if I would be accepted or if I'd fit in, because being known is key to who we are. Hi, I'm Peyton Seal. When I first came to King's Schools, I knew something was different. My teachers cared about me. I have community. I'm learning who God called me to be.
Sign up for a tour today, and if you enroll, just mention this ad and pay no application fee. Visit joinkings.org for more info. That's joinkings.org, building resilient disciples of Christ through Christian education for 75 years.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new Comcast Business customers can find out how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how you get a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Early termination fee applies.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien. Does your building company have a strong website? One with a solid organic search presence, engaging prospects, and filling your pipeline? You know, a site that speaks loud about your company. I'm Rusty George. My local agency specializes in creating websites and marketing strategies for building companies, including construction, manufacturing, and material suppliers. We develop strategies and tactics to attract and win more quality business. See how we can help your business get louder at rustygeorge.com. That's rustygeorge.com.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
Planning a road trip? Plan a visit to your neighborhood Bucky's Complete Auto Repair for oil changes, brakes, AC repair, and factory maintenance. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Visit buckys.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys. Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Because I wrote it. Because I wrote it. Pretty good. It's a pretty good answer from Jeff Passan. We'll look for his Cal story to come out here over the All-Star break. So we'll switch gears for a couple of minutes, Brock. I got just 2 football things today on what is mostly a baseball day, and we'll come back to the baseball at 8:30. I got a bunch of stuff there.
Oh, and Blue 88, 845.
Obviously, yes. We've moved Blue 88 today. I should have even mentioned that. I'm sorry. Yes, Blue 88 will be at 8:45 this morning. But so which one do I want to go with? You want me to steal from Bob and Dave and Lefko for a moment?
Yeah.
All right. You know how they do their What If Wednesday?
Yeah.
Which
Great
I love.
segment.
I'm so jealous of it. I wish we'd thought of it, and I'm very jealous. I think it's a great segment. But
Who do you think thought of it?
Lefko. I think, in fact, I know that's a Mike Lefko thing. In any event, I saw this this morning. Have you seen the quarterback is coming back, the Netflix series? Joe Burrow, Kirk Cousins, and Jared Goff. But in the Kirk Cousins teaser that's come out, or maybe it's the first episode, there's some stuff about leaving Minnesota. And essentially he says if he had known that the Falcons were going to draft Michael Penix, he wouldn't have signed there.
Yep.
In fact, he would have stayed in Minnesota with everything being equal. If both teams were going to draft a young quarterback in McCarthy and Penix, he would have stayed where he was and been happy.
Yep.
So what if that had happened? Because I think it has a profound effect on your 2026, 26 Seahawks, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because if that happens, what does Sam Darnold do last year?
He's not a Minnesota Viking. He's
Not
probably
for sure.
a backup in San Fran still.
Or maybe he gets an opportunity to maybe start somewhere else. But regardless, either he doesn't play much as a backup, or he doesn't have Kevin O'Connell and Justin Jefferson and some of the things that really helped him last year in Minnesota kind of, break out of what he'd been. Yep. If that's the case, and he's not like an obvious replacement for Geno Smith, and Geno still says, hey, I'm out. I don't want to be there. I don't care. Offer me whatever you want. I'm out. Are we talking Aaron Rodgers? Are we talking Justin Fields? Are we talking none of the above? Like, what are we talking about?
Well, I think I could say confidently, and this is going to make some people vomit, but John Schneider and Aaron Rodgers have background and have relationship. And when there were some rumblings about that, right, and you heard some of that, I don't think that would have been outside the realm of possibility at all. Now, would they have waited like the Pittsburgh Steelers did to the final day of minicamp? That doesn't feel like Mike McDonald. Right, Mike McDonald feels like, and I think it was Brady Henderson and Brian Walters and everybody that's been in the building references team. Mm-hmm. When you walk in now from the players' lot down the hallway into the cafeteria, team. Everywhere that you look, it's team. So I don't know. That might have been a John Schneider intrigue. I don't know if that would have been a Mike McDonald's going to bank my head coaching opportunity on this guy.
It seems like an absolutely terrible fit. And as I stated earlier, I would have been here with a picket sign every single day saying, don't do this. Don't sign. Yeah, I would have.
You may have been, but then privately you've been like, oh.
No, I wouldn't. No, Brock, I'd have gone beyond that.
This is great radio.
It's not. It wouldn't have been worth it. It would. I mean, it would have been for us, but for Seahawks fans who we serve, no.
Correct.
I mean, he's a jerk.
So that's what we are. We are servant leaders. For
that's right.
For our
audience. That's two mentions of that today.
Thank you.
He's a jerk. He's a guy that wants to make it about him rather than making it about the team. And somebody asked me earlier, oh, was this about his politics? No, it's not about his politics. Of course not. Like, if I disagree, if I didn't like everyone who disagreed with my politics in pro sports, I wouldn't have enough players to field a team. He's a uniquely selfish, narcissistic person, and he's unbearable. And he's a team killer. He's a locker room cancer. He's awful.
Okay, so what was the other story?
Well, then what? Like, what would you have done? All right, so what if Aaron Rodgers says no? Like, yeah, no, I'm not interested in what you have there.
Then I think you also prioritize a draft, and I think they really like Tyler Shuck. And in the second round, when Tyler Shuck was available, would they have gone up and got Tyler Shuck? They could have done that.
What a totally different world we'd be living in right now, getting ready for the Tyler Shuck era to start. Who's older, Shuck or Rodgers? I just was checking. Which one is older? Which one's been around longer? It would have been a really different world that we were living in right now.
Jackson Dart would have been in that realm as well. Mm-hmm. Maybe they make that move. I think on their board after the fact, I think it was Dart and I think it was Shuck, and so I think that would have been a little more of obvious priority and more of a need. But yeah, boy, it would be a different conversation.
What a different world we would be living in right now if that had gone down. The other one was what Mike Varell said yesterday on with Bump and Stacy, as he was talking about Julio and made a comp to DK Metcalf.
I think there's a lot in the comparison between Julio and DK Metcalf in terms of the guy who just seemingly has every physical advantage in the book. And I think people become frustrated with those guys because they see what they can be. They see all the physical tools. And when you have all this potential, and it seems like maybe to some people that you're not realizing all of it, that can become deeply frustrating.
Is there a comp there, Julio and DK?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to do that in these two sports, relationship-wise, everyday-wise. I think there's more emotional volatility with DK, with coaches, with teammates, with.
Yeah,
I think that there's.
I know Julio doesn't have any of that. I mean,
I've
big
never felt
smile all the time, and yeah, I don't know that I fully.
I mean, I understand, and I don't think he's going there. I mean, I think he's just talking about the physical traits, and there may be, like, you just look at your eye, could just look at DK Metcalf, like your eye looks at Julio Rodriguez, and you're like, yeah, they're just, God-given, built Metcalf, genetically different.
He was also a late second-round pick, right? I mean, like,
yes.
I mean, that's a very different situation than a guy who was a top 3 prospect.
But to Mike's
in
point,
baseball.
Are they held to a certain standard in this market? Have they shown a certain ceiling at times where you're like, I want that now, consistently, every time I turn on a watch, and you're getting paid very handsomely to be that kind of difference maker. And when you got drops and you're not executing and you're not winning and you're not winning one-on-ones, and Julio's not hitting a 93-mile-an-hour fastball the other day with the bases loaded. Yeah, I think that physically there's some things, but boy, I think personality-wise, emotionally, that's a bridge.
It's hard to separate that part out, right? And Julio and just sort of the joy with which he plays in many ways, like that makes it hard. But it's an interesting thought, and that's what columnists are supposed to do. So I'm right there with Mike. I think it's an interesting way of looking at it. And two guys, you're right, Brock, that have flashed a level of physical potential, and when you see it, you're like, it's otherworldly, and you're just waiting to see it on a more consistent basis. So, all right.
We look at you every morning.
Is this? You're waiting to see more out of me?
I mean, just an Adonis. Just look at this guy. He's built like a brick house.
What's wrong with you? Coming up at, let's see, at 9 o'clock, we have a new name for Lyle's draft profile, Brock. It's called Lyle Draft Profile, named after the children's book, Lyle Crocodile, thanks to a listener who texted that in. So 9 o'clock this morning, Lyle Draft Profile. Yeah. You like that?
It's got a little ring to it.
It sure does. That's coming up at 9. I got a fun game to play with you at 8:30. We'll give you everything you need to know next.
Here comes the 0-2. After a weekend of pitching dominance.
Strike 3 called freeze him. Ryan Wu punches out his 7th hitter.
Swing and a miss. Strike 3. George Kirby strikes out Triolo.
And Castillo scoreless through 4.
The Mariners take their 3-series win streak on the road. Mariners Yankees live from the Bronx. Today at 4. Hear every pitch on Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app. The home of the Mariners.
I did yesterday. I just had a good old-fashioned little checklist, a little things to do that I had to knock off my list to get done. And, one of those things, if it's in your column that you've just put off to the side again and again and again, is insurance. Make today the morning you do it. Just say, you know what, I'm going to take this First Mark Insurance Challenge. I have heard Brock talk about this now for years, just like I heard Dory for years before him. And I'm going to take this challenge because I'm frustrated. I don't know why my premiums are going up. I don't know what I have covered. Then do what Molly and I did. Take the First Mark Challenge, and you could be the next First Mark Insurance Challenge victory. Not only has it saved us a ton of money, but for my mom, many of my friends who've taken the challenge as well, they know exactly what they have covered. Here's how they go to work for you. They fully analyze your current coverage, making sure you're not overpaying for the wrong coverage. Then, well, unlike you and me and my friends and family, they go to the market. Dozens of major carriers they've worked with for decades to find you the best fit. That's it. No stress, no confusion. They're your teammate. And they spent the last 30 years helping thousands of families successfully manage this complicated world of insurance. So make this morning the morning. Check that box. Taking care of my insurance. I know exactly what I got covered, and I'm paying the exact right rate for it. Take the First Mark Challenge. It's totally free, and you could be the next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. It's all right there. firstmarkinsurance.com. Your teammate that goes to work for you.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger, Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Are you worried about economic conditions, tariffs, and inflation? Are you tired of trying to time the stock market? Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given current market volatility. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years with 0 investor losses, averaging double-digit returns since inception, and we also accept IRAs. Over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Feeling uneasy? Don't gamble your hard-earned money or risk your retirement. Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited openings for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
Old windows cost you money and security. Lake Washington Windows and Doors installs energy-efficient, high-security windows that lower your bills and increase protection. With leak armor installation and lifetime warranties, you're protected for life. Choose LakeWashingtonWindows.com today.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. We help all types of injury victims, like Ed, who suffered a neck injury in a highway pileup.
Had a bulge disc in my neck. It was pinching my spinal cord, so reached out to Rob. It was amazing. Their whole team were honest and kept me informed, like they were actually interested in helping me, not just a number. I'm very pleased with the outcome. I would definitely choose these guys again any time of the week.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR. Warrior Injury Law. Battle tested.
Dave Wyman joined by Dr. Daniel Landis from Swedish CyberKnife. Dr. Landis, when treating prostate cancer, what can patients expect during CyberKnife treatment?
So the CyberKnife treatment's an outpatient procedure. Essentially, it's a 5-day treatment, about 30 minutes per day. You walk in, you walk out. You essentially don't feel anything at all during treatment. Many patients still work full-time while they're having treatment.
That's incredible. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife. Swedish.org/CyberKnife prostate.
The sun is shining. It's a beautiful day out for baseball here at T-Mobile Park.
Home. Home is where you gather. With friends. With family.
Ball to right field. It continues. Jorge Polanco.
Sometimes even folks you don't know. But in a way, you do. Because you share at least one thing in common. And one thing can be pretty powerful when it's multiplied by 40,000.
Everybody on their feet here at T-Mobile Park.
Mariners baseball. Welcome home.
The next Mariners homestand gets started with an AL West showdown against the Astros July 18th to 20th. Don't miss your chance to catch Cal and the crew square off against their division rivals at T-Mobile Park. Then it's 3 straight Mariners value games versus the Brewers, July 21st to 23rd. Get your tickets at mariners.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Tough road trip, Brock, and that's, as you said, maybe a good thing, a good opportunity to see where the Mariners are at right now. With just 6 games left before the All-Star break, they'll go first to the Bronx and then to Detroit. Starts tonight. Logan Gilbert on the hill against Will Warren, and look, that's a favorable pitching matchup for the Mariners. In fact, most of these pitching matchups should be favorable for the Mariners, certainly in New York. The Mariners have, once again, maybe the best pitching staff in baseball.
Yep. And this is also a Yankees bullpen that is running on absolute fumes. This is a Yankees team that has not played great baseball, and this is a series you'd love to find a way to win. Now, Jeff Passan is probably right, Salk. I don't think a MVP voter is going to look at 1 3-game sample size in July and say, oh, yep, Cal Raleigh outplayed Aaron Judge. But I do think eyeballs matter. I do think playing in that market matters. I do think that this series and on to Detroit and this all-star game, for as much exposure and attention as Cal's gotten, this is an opportunity to add even more to it if he just continues to do what he's been doing all
I think if
season
Cal
long.
dominates the series and Judge does not, it's going to stick in the mind of voters, certainly ones from the Northeast who don't get to see Cal nearly as often as Judge. Yeah, I would definitely think it matters. I disagree with Jeff on that. No, it's not about it being one series. It's about that perception, and I do think it's relevant. We talked to Adnan Virk yesterday about Cal and about the national media starting to take more notice.
Yeah, and I think it's the overall game, Mike, because I said the home runs can play. And, of course, it's important. Trust me, that's eye-popping. The guy's got 33 home runs. But it's 60 home runs by catcher. That's bananas.
Or 35.
But as Rollins...
35.
Excuse me. I showed him a couple.
He hit 2 more just while you were talking. Don't worry about it.
Exactly. But, like, it's not just the home runs. As I said, the average. Let's talk about the defense. So I said, look at pitch framing, which might be soon an extinct art. As you know, ABS is going to be coming at some point, automated balls and strikes. So who cares how well a guy can pitch frame? Well, for now, he's among the better pitch framers. He calls a great game. You can have a great staff like Seattle's had for years, but the catcher is an important part of that as well. He's got a good throwing arm. He blocks the ball well. So on all levels, he is a complete overall player.
Yeah, there's a lot of arguments to be made in favor of Cal, and obviously we still got half the season to go, or nearly that. So fun series ahead. Astros lose to Cleveland. Brock, finally last night. What did Jeff call it? Witch magic?
Mm-hmm.
Their witch magic must have run out.
Taylor Trammell with a 3-run home run.
Yeah, no big deal.
The Astros?
Yeah. Paul Sewald, Matt Festa pitching for the Guardians. It was quite the 2023 Mariners situation. Anyway, 6.5 game lead now for the Astros over the Mariners in the AL West.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Let's see. I love this Cal sound. I tried to pretend that it was obnoxious earlier, but I won't do that joke again. This time we'll just play it for you. This was the sound of an 8-year-old Cal Raleigh in a video sent by his dad to Daniel Kramer of MLB of Mariners.
Pompous.
Huh?
Arrogant. Athletically arrogant.
He's got some...
At 8 years old.
What do you call it? Athletic arrogance?
Yes.
He's got a lot of that at age 8. Very cocky.
I'm the home run derby champ. Oh. Say in the champ, champ. I'm the home run derby champ. He got
I wasn't in a contest, was he?
You aren't going pee. What you say? What you say? I'm the man. I'm the man. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
I can listen to that all day. It kills me. I've laughed every time I've heard it. Like, it's really funny.
How did he turn into, like, baby boy howdy? You know those little babies that they have? They take, like, Joe Rogan and make him a little baby talking? How did Cal Raleigh turn into baby boy howdy?
You mean just the arrogance?
Yes.
The cockiness?
I'm the man, man.
It's pretty remarkable. I was thinking about how we're not that far away, Brock, from a lot of athletes now will have cell phone videos that have been taken of them. I mean, smartphones really get going in what, like 07, something like that is when iPhones started becoming a lot more.
Cecily has up at the north, the ice complex up there on a daily basis.
Right, exactly.
I've got Cecily videos for days.
Right.
Now. Well, when she's winning gold for the USA, like I'm gonna have these shots of her at 10 years old.
How great will that be for you?
Awesome.
It's gonna be great. Byron Buxton's gonna be in the Derby. James Wood, who Jeff Passan just put in the Hall of Fame.
So is there still a slot for Julio?
Yeah, absolutely. The only other name is Ronald Acuna. There's only 4 names so far.
All right.
Let's get Julio into this thing. Rowdy Tellez found a home. He signed a AAA deal with the Rangers.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
I've been playing you some sound on Leonard Williams, Brock, because he was the lone Seahawk in the top 10 in the ESPN defensive tackle rankings.
Will he be the only Seahawk in the top 10 of any positional player rankings? The only other one would be Devin Witherspoon, but I don't know because he's kind of a hybrid nickel corner. I think Leonard Williams, hot take, will be the only Seahawk.
That's very
in the
possible.
Top 10 of any positional group.
I don't see a tight end. I don't see a wide receiver.
JSN is not at that level. Wide receiver. George Fant, I don't think. Maybe George. Excuse me, not George Fant. He's not. He
Noah Fant
anymore. Charles Cross.
I was going to say Noah Fant might not be in the top 4 tight ends on this team.
Charles Cross might be in the top 10 at offensive tackle, but yeah, I'm going to hedge my bet that Leonard's going to be the only one in the top 10.
He was number 6 behind Dexter Lawrence, Chris Jones, Jalen Carter, Jeffrey Simmons, and Quinnen Williams. Here was the big cat discussing his good year last year.
I mean, for me, I made a lot of big plays out of power, which is never going to go away from me. That's my bread and butter. That's my game. That's something that I rely on. Play in and play out is just being able to power guys when I want to. But I think something that me and AD are working on is being able to learn when I can do more finesse stuff, take an edge, and really keep the O-lineman guessing on what type of moves I'm going to give them. And I think last year I was doing a lot of bull rushes, power moves, and stuff like that. And I want to try to integrate some type of counters off of when the offensive lineman is trying to sit on my power.
Can we get a better version of Leonard Williams this year?
We could. That's everything you need to know.
All right.
Certainly if Salk doesn't put him in his top 10 intriguing list, maybe we'll get him even better.
Do the best I can.
You want another quick personal confession?
I think I do, yeah.
I think I borderline slipped a disc in my back. Trying to take on a double team on the pro football field with a pad. I had a pad in my hand. Speaking of power, when he just said power right there, I had a young freshman tight end. He's got just horsepower for days in his legs, and this big left tackle that's a power 4 kid. And I was like, I'll take on this little double team, and whammo.
Yeah.
And it took everything not to fall on my back. I did not fall on my back, but I think I may have slipped a disc. So you've not seen me get up and be quite as active today. A little more sedentary.
Okay.
A little more. I'll be talking about Dr. Dan here in about 45 minutes.
You might be going to see him pretty soon as well.
Yeah.
All right. We got a Blue 88, special version of Blue 88 today at 8:45 because we already talked to Jeff Passan. So if you missed the Passan interview, you can find it, on the podcast page or YouTube or wherever you like to go back and listen to the show. Sorry about that. He had to do a little early today. So we got Blue 88 at 8:45. Before we get there, though, Brock, I have a new game and more has added music. So it's next on Brock and Salk.
Here comes the 0-2.
After a weekend of pitching dominance.
Strike 3 called freeze him. Ryan Wu punches out his 7th hitter.
Swing and a miss. Strike 3. George Kirby strikes out Triolo.
And Castillo scoreless through 4.
The Mariners take their 3-series win streak on the road. Mariners Yankees live from the Bronx. Today at 4. Hear every pitch on Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app. The home of the Mariners.
Hey, Mike Salk here. This is good news from Riverside Roofing, one of the great family-owned businesses here local to Western Washington. You know I love these guys, and they just once again earned the prestigious GAF Master Elites President's Club. So really what that means is that they are in the 99.9th percentile of all roofers in the nation. Cream of the crop. Proudly from Marysville, serving homeowners all over Western Washington, Riverside Roofing is indeed the roofing company you can trust. So what does that mean for you as a homeowner? Well, it means you're hiring the best of the best, quite frankly. A company gets high marks in performance, reliability, and service, and one that's going to make sure your yard and driveway is completely clean from any debris after the job is finished. That's called the catch-all system. They also offer an elite warranty to match. Highly reviewed, highly recommended. Riverside Roofing is indeed your local roofing contractor. Book them now for your summer project and have your roof done fast. I highly recommend them. Go to riversideroofingllc.com, and they are the roofing company you can trust.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song.
I love these nachos.
I love our kickball league. Oh, I love this guy.
What's your name?
You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
Tired of sitting on your suitcase? 2 words, packing cubes. Sometimes a different way is the better way. Like the SR 509 Expressway, an alternate route that'll help manage congestion on I-5 and other local roads. Now open and free through summer.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
Jet City Harley sales event is happening now. Save up to $5,000 on new 2023 Harleys. Jet City Harley needs to make room for more buying. Save up to $5,000 on a new 2023 Harley at Jet City Harley.
See dealer for details. State and amounts differ by 2023 models available.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
Summer is here and Washington Energy's BOGO 40% off sale is on now. Update and enhance your home with beautiful new windows and doors expertly installed by Washington Energy Services. Save today with one of our best deals of the year. Buy one energy efficient window, get the second at 40% off. And BOGO 40% off all entry, patio, and interior doors right now. From traditional to modern home updates and with over 65 years of award-winning installations, Washington Energy is the clear choice. Call today for a free estimate.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
The future is here. So why is your internet stuck in the past? With Quantum Fiber Internet, you can get next-level multi-gig speed on a reliable fiber network. Fair and honest pricing with no annual contracts or bundling required. And whole home 360 Wi-Fi to make sure your devices are ready to take you where you want to go. So you can stream, post, game, surf, like, and love to your heart's content. You do you. Let Quantum Fiber Internet take care of the rest. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
Is your car road trip ready? Don't get stranded. Get to Bucky's Complete Auto Repair. Bucky's has been preparing cars, trucks, and SUVs for safe, worry-free travel for over 50 years. We take care of your car with experience and good old-fashioned customer service. For all your oil changes, brakes, AC charging, and factory maintenance, choose Bucky's. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Visit Bucky's.com. Bucky's, where your car feels right at home.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, we got Blue 88 in 15 minutes. We got Lyle draft profile, little number 2, coming up at 9 o'clock. I know.
Are we going to answer the question, Joe?
Yes, we are today, Brock. I'm glad you brought that up. We'll do that a little bit later at 9:45. And today's only Tuesday, so you got a couple days if you want to be a part of Here's the Thing on Thursday. I actually caught some of that as I was driving on Thursday morning down to play a little golf.
Did you hear part one
of Zane? I heard a little of it. Yeah, I
Okay.
did. And I heard there's a part 2 to be expected on Thursday. But if you want to join Zane, make sure you download the app and And you can leave us a message there for Here's the Thing. While you're there, you can read the article I wrote last night. I wrote a little column last night, Brock, daring to dream about names like Matt Olson and about Alex Bregman, Ronald Acuna, some of the well, probably not going to happen, but fun to talk about names anyway. All right. I got a new game. It's a short game, but we're going to play it once, and there's, I guess, a little music associated with it. Brock, this is called Who Do You Trust? Okay? Who do you trust? Yeah, I thought you might enjoy this. It's a very simple either or. Who do you trust? Wow, that's Papa Roach.
That's real loud.
Loud, very loud.
Cheapers.
Very
Loud
intense.
noises.
It's very intense. Who do you trust? Papa Roach. Okay, you ready?
Okay.
Who do you trust? And you guys can all play along. Lyle, Maura, please jump in. Who do you trust? Jorge Polanco or Luke Raley?
Ooh. Like, what kind of trust?
Brock, like all these games, you get to sort of interpret it however you want.
Are we talking April, May, or are we?
Who do you trust? Right, I think it's right now. Jorge Polanco or Luke Raley? Who do you trust in a big spot? Who do you trust with runners on at the end of the game? I mean, I don't think it's who do you trust to steal a bag. Like, who do you trust? Jorge Polanco or Luke Raley?
You know, it feels to me like Jorge's body's coming back. I think he had a little bit of a setback with that knee, and I don't think that was anything like structurally that, and Justin said as much, Hollander. I you know, I'm still in a big moment, still in a big at bat. I still trust Jorge more. Overall, as a ball player, what Luke brings and his spirit and his grit, and he made a great little jumpy catch at first the other day, and actually made a great play coming off the bag where it looked like he banged up his wrist a little bit too. But yeah, I'm going to lean a little more to Jorge Polanco there.
I would too. Jorge Polanco comes up in a big spot. I think I feel as good about him right now as anybody on the team. Certainly hitting left-handed. Right-handed, kind of waiting still for that to become a little bit more normal for him this year. But when Jorge comes up against a righty late in the game, this is what we were told we would see with Jorge Polanco last year. Doesn't give away at bats late, grinds through those. He's the guy you want to see late in the game. I've been pretty darn impressed, actually, with the Jorge Polanco we've gotten this year.
Keep an eye. I don't know if you saw this little note nugget. It was floating around the old interwebs over the weekend. And with him being out a couple days with that little knee that got banged up, keep a little eye on the number of at-bats that he gets. Did you see this with his player option?
Oh, does he? Yeah.
Yeah, his player option vests at a certain level and then an even higher level if those at bats, I believe, Lyle, do you know the number right off the top of your head?
No, but if I remember right, those are the levels that get him back to what he would have been paid if they had picked up the player option last year.
Yeah, but that's a player option for next year.
Yeah,
so this is.
But it gets him that same money that he ultimately would have received. All right, well that's the first one. Okay, thank you, George Thorogood and friends. That's Who Do You Trust?
Who do you trust?
Thank you, Maura. That's good.
That's good.
I like the Who Do You Trust? Who do you trust? Who do you trust? Brash or Munoz?
I mean, you can't pick both.
No, you have to pick one.
Well, then
Maura.
I'm picking Munoz. But they're both incredible.
Who do you trust?
Munoz.
Yeah, sometimes Brash's stuff is almost so good that he'll have outings where he just can't command it because it moves too much. So I'd say Munoz.
I would agree with that. That's really the stuff with Brash is every bit as good as Munoz. But I agree with you. There are days where he's like, the knuckle curve moves so far that I can't put it directly over the plate when I need to or where I want to.
3 hits since June.
Is that true?
Yeah.
He allowed 3 hits in June. He's allowed none this month.
Wow, 3 hits since June 1st. That's pretty good.
Did you notice? I don't know why it stood out. Maybe because it was a beautiful day and a beautiful weekend, and awesome to see 35,000 just about every day out for that Pirates series. It's the first time. And maybe I'm just late to the game. Man, that is a substantial scar on Brash's elbow. Right, kind of reminds me of like Scar, right? From like that just substantial scar that you look at that sucker, and what a reminder of what he's overcome as well. To like really come all the way back? Like, does his stuff look that much different than pre-surgery?
No, he's not throwing he's not throwing the four-seamer really much at all this year, right? It's been much more two-seamer and then using the slider and the knuckle curve, which I can't tell the difference. And I remember Scott Service being like, it's all one pitch, but it's not. It's two pitches. I just can't really tell the difference between them. He's been really good. You're right. The answer here is Munoz, but
Trust. Trust.
What do you think of my dance skills? Answer the question, Jerry. By the way.
No, we'll get to that. How about 9:45? I think we can dig into some of that during Answer the Question, Jerry.
Well, he sent us a video of your dance skills.
Me?
Yeah.
Was I dancing?
Uh-huh.
I don't remember that. I don't
Do you
have
want
any,
me to send it to you?
No, I don't have any memory of me dancing. That doesn't sound right.
I'll send it to you.
Why were you taking video of me dancing?
I
the
was not
videographer.
taking video.
Oh, I see.
There was maybe 11-second clip that's been sent around.
9:45, maybe we'll dig into that. Who do you trust, Brock? Williamson or Young? Cole Young, Ben Williamson. Who do you trust?
Who do I trust? Gosh. Boy, you didn't make this an easy game, did
Well,
you?
no,
I like
of
that.
course
No,
not.
no,
That's not who I am.
I mean, you kind of just know what Williamson is. I trust William. In that one, I trust Williamson. You know what he is. He's not going to lift the ball. He's not going to pull the ball. He's hit one home run in his first week in the big leagues. Nothing really close since then, but you know what you're going to get from him. He's going to hit the ball the other way. He's hit a couple doubles. He's come through in some big moments. He plays his freaking butt off. So, yeah, I'm going to, even though there's not a lot of massive upside, there's certainly zero power, I at least know what I'm going to get. And by the way, I think I was looking at some metrics. Is he not the second best defender behind Julio on the team?
I'm sure he is. The defense, when he first came up, I was expecting Nolan Arenado right off the bat. And at first I was like, it's good, but I don't see that. Over the last month or so, I feel like it's just you've started to really see what it is that makes him sort of this heralded defensive prospect. It has been phenomenal. He's really been excellent over there. He picks everything, every throw is on the money. He gets the ball. He's really been great. Anybody disagree? Because I also would go Williamson. I like the quality of his at-bat. Not a shot at Cole Young, but right now I just think Ben Williamson gives you a better quality at-bat late in the game. Anyone disagree?
It's true, but I feel like he draws more walks. Yeah, I know. I would go Williamson.
Which is odd because Cole Young's whole profile in the minors was walking. And I'm sure long-term he's going to do that. But right now, Williamson does walk a little bit more.
Who do you trust, Kirby or Castillo?
Oh, there's no song with this one?
Sorry, here, we'll go back to the first song. Yeah. That's for Furious George. You get the angry Papa Roach version. Who do you trust, Furious George or The Rock?
I'm gonna go Kirby here. I think he's back in his mode. That's 3 starts. That's 18 innings. You see
this is
the
essentially
coming down.
like if there's a playoff game and Logan starts game 1 and I don't know.
Luis at home.
Right.
Very, very different.
Right.
His home and away splits he's 2 different guys. So if this is,
and it's
who
funny
do I
because
trust?
that really should be George's thing, right? When he's constantly around the plate, T-Mobile should help George more than anybody, limit the home runs, limit some of the contact and what happens with it. He's the guy who should have the huge advantage here at T-Mobile Park.
Yep. Yeah. At home, I trust Luis. Out on the road, I think I'm going to trust Kirby.
I think I go Kirby.
I'm sticking with Luis. That's my guy.
No.
Sticking with my guy. When in doubt, stick with my guy.
He still gets hit really hard. When you get to a playoff game, that concerns me.
And just those couple of inopportune home runs every now and then. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He was so freaking good in the playoffs a couple of years ago, though, and it's hard for me to shake that from my memory of just how good he was.
He's been really good lately too.
Yeah, I know.
You made these hard.
Well, that's the idea. All right, let's see. How about
Trust. Trust.
How about Thornton or Bizzardo?
Bizzardo. He's been pretty good, man.
I think this is the easiest one for sure.
Yeah,
Bizzardo's been
the easiest
good
one so far. Yes. Sub-3 ERA. I know that's an old school stat, but it's been pretty much quality outing after quality outing. And there's something about Thornton and just the violence with the which way he warms up that just it confounds me.
Very volatile.
Very volatile. Very, very volatile.
Bizzardo has been bizarrely really good for the last month or two. Like every time he comes in, I'm like, this is no longer waving the white flag. Like this guy comes in and gives you quality innings. I don't know whether I want to see him as like, your third leverage reliever or anything, but I've been very impressed. I guess
Bizzardo Vargas is probably a tougher one.
Well, my other one was going to be Legumina Vargas, but I think you think that's Vargas no matter what. So, okay, Bizzardo Vargas.
Yeah.
I like Legumina.
Really?
Yeah.
Even
We did, which is better with Legumina and Vargas last week.
I think he got squeezed the other day because I was with you, Lyle, and then, man, you can't have an outing where you walk 3 guys that just came back and bit him.
Well, so that's Legumina's thing, is his one area that he's still got to improve on.
But this is
the
about
walks.
trust, not about what's better. And so, based on trust, I think you got to if the fear is you're going to start walking guys around the bases, you can't be on the trust meter.
Well, my fear with Vargas is he strikes nobody out as a reliever throwing nearly 100 miles an hour. So Legumina actually strikes guys out, which is why I trust Legumina.
Lyle, Pants on Fire. Did we get to see your reliever for the Pirates? Did we get to see him in the series? I don't think we did we?
David Bednar? No, he never pitched.
Yeah.
Because
He
the
never
Pirates
did
weren't
pitch
winning
in
any
3
games.
True.
That's true.
You know what? That's probably
you got to score runs to win games, and they didn't do any of
all
that.
these relievers I've wanted to see from teams that have come out of town for potential guys for the Mariners to target, we haven't seen. I've talked about Kyle Finnegan from the Nationals. We didn't see him in that series.
Saw a bunch of the Twins guys. Maybe somewhere from Minnesota would be an option. Let's see. Do I have any others on here? JP or Cal?
Cal.
Yeah.
I mean, what if all you need is a hit?
Oh, how about
Then I
this
might
one,
go
Saul?
JP, yeah.
What if
How about
it's
this
leading
one,
off an in? I mean, you make it a little challenging.
So give me a who do you trust?
Okay, you need one more. Who do you trust? What is that from, Maura?
I
the trust
when I
part
went
from?
on YouTube and looked up Who Do You Trust, Johnny Carson had like an old game with married couples on his show where he would ask them questions. And I think you had to pick whether you thought the husband or the wife would know it.
Okay.
By the way, Brock, I just picked up on this. Do you think people are calling this Lyle draft profile as a spinoff of Liar Liar Pants on Fire?
I do. That's just me.
No, that's not what it's from.
No.
I've spent my life not worrying about what other people think, Lyle.
It's not that, Brock. It's
Killed
from
me
the
as a quarterback.
from the book, Lyle Crocodile.
Oh, whatever. Well, I think it's
Whatever.
Pants on Fire. I think it has the same beat to it, just like all these hip hop
same
songs
beat.
all got the same beat.
It's not a beat
Salk,
thing.
answer.
Lyle,
Who is it? Who do
Lyle.
you trust?
Who do I
Who do you
trust?
trust? Randy or Julio?
Well, that was the last one. And I think the answer is obvious. On a ball in the gap between left and center, I trust Julio.
Sure.
Let's do a little Blue 88s.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Ewart breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Yeah, who I think is going to run that ball down in the gap, Brock? I trust Julio on any fly ball to go get it. Line drive, you name it. Pretty
By the
easy
way,
one, to be honest with you.
Passan said not only a big series here for Cal, 1v1 with Mr. Judge, but a couple series for the All-Star Julio. And his splits, home and away, as we talked about yesterday, pretty darn dramatic. Been a lot better when he's gotten away from T-Mobile, and this park in particular, starting tonight in New York, should be a good one for Julio.
All right.
But that's not Blue 88. Go ahead.
It's not.
Give
We
me
got some Blue 88. Late version of Blue 88. Jeff Passan joined us at 7:30 this morning. I'm sorry if you build your schedule around that. Jeff had a doctor's appointment for his kids, so had to move some things around. So if you missed it, catch it on the podcast page at Seattle Sports or on our app, or you can hear it tomorrow morning at 6:30. Brock, question number 1 for you. Seahawks posted an offseason picture. This is right up your alley of Darnold and a bunch of wide receivers working out. What jumped out to you, body show guy?
Did you take a look at it, Saul?
I did
you
not.
Take a look at it?
Didn't even know it
Didn't
happened.
look at it?
No.
What?
I did not. I didn't see it.
Yeah, the Seahawks posted it. Not Sam Darnold, not any of the guys, which I love. The Seahawks posted that. JSN's legs are, he's Quadzilla. It's almost Ken Walker running back-esque. And that shouldn't be terribly surprising because JSN is quicker than he is faster. He's stronger than he is, twitchy. But man, you kind of try to understand why he gets in and out of breaks why he's got the body control that he does, it starts from the ground up. He has got an unbelievable set of legs. Mr. Bobo is doing everything humanly possible to make this team. Dude has never been in better shape in his life. Like, it was an 8-pack, like legit 8-pack. It was like, okay, yep, I'm not gifted to be a 4-4 guy. God did not give Jake Bobo that kind of speed. No matter what he does, he will never be a 4-4, 4-5 guy. So if I'm a 4-6-5 guy, then I better be as lean and as strong and as fit as I can possibly be to do and play as many snaps, as high a volume. And that dude is one fit guy. And Sam Darnold's a T-shirt guy. Yeah, he's a keep the T-shirt on kind of guy.
Yeah, well.
There's QBs that take the shirt off, and then there's QBs that keep the T-shirt on. He's a QB that keeps that T-shirt
Yeah,
on.
I don't blame him for that. I think that's
Remember
probably
Jake
for the
Heaps in
best.
that photo at the University of Miami? And they're all in the weight room?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jake had his T-shirt on.
Yeah, you keep that shirt on, Jake. You know your place. It's not the time and place to take that shirt off. You keep that T-shirt right
Well,
on.
I know the time and place for me. Always keep it on no matter what.
Have you ever been a T-shirt off guy in your life?
No.
Come on.
I just think that's lame. I think I'm out.
Lyle, you a T-shirt off guy? I mean, the way you eat, the attention to detail in your
Right.
diet, I hope you're
You
a
got to
T-shirt
show that
off
off
guy.
at some point.
All that being said, no, I'm not a take my shirt off person.
Now, what about tank top? Will you go sleeveless?
Not really, to be honest.
Good.
Really?
Smart.
Lyle.
I appreciate that about you.
Lyle, you do all that work, take that shirt off.
No. Look ridiculous. Keep
Kitten
your shirt
asked
on.
me to do that
Keep
the other day,
sleeves
by the
on
way,
and
at the
all.
wedding.
Kitten
And I
did?
put my finger right on
Kitten
his forehead.
spoke at the wedding?
No, to me.
I didn't see him say a word.
He said, dude, you're pretty sweaty. Why don't you take your shirt off? And I put my finger right on his forehead, and I said, the last time you said that to me, House Ballard took $450 from me in a fine. I learned my lesson, you sucker. Next.
That's amazing. I'm impressed that he said a word. I did not see him speaking to anybody
Next.
other than his wife the entire wedding. Question number 2. Vegas making the case, Brock, my case,
Yes, your
for Trey
case, dude.
Hendrickson to be a Seahawk. What is it?
Yeah, there's two sides to this conversation,
No, there's
Salky.
not.
There's that side of it, and I was looking at the odds of who's going to lead the NFL in sacks in 2025. I actually had Aiden Hutchinson number 1 on that list, coming off of that devastating leg injury. Micah Parsons, Myles Garrett, not surprised, 1, 2, 3. And then tied in a group with 4 other guys was your guy. 10-1 odds that Trey Hendrickson could lead this league. And I think the group he's with would lead you further to say, yeah, become elite. Get that guy. Because he's in a grouping with TJ Watt, with Nick Bosa, and with Will Anderson, whom you know I love. All right, so that's one phase of the equation. That's one side of the coin. And like any diehard Seahawk fan, I was like, okay, so there's all those guys. Where's my first Seahawk? Where's my first Seahawk? Where's my first Seahawk? There's 10, there's 15, there's 20.
they don't
there's
have any of those
25,
guys.
There's 30, there's 35. There is Leonard Williams, 37th on the list.
And not an edge guy.
100-1 odds. No Boye Mafe, right? I mean, this is kind of the argument that you're going to try to make for that. Good players.
Kind of.
Good players.
It is the argument.
Starters. But a star? No Derek Hall. No Uchenna Nwosu. No Boye Mafe. Not even in the 100-1 odds.
And that deal still hasn't gotten done, right? For all the
With
talk
Trey?
a couple
No.
weeks ago, and they're talking and this and that. Well, now everybody's kind of
Can I give
gone
you,
their
by the
separate
way,
ways.
With 2 weeks to go, less than 2 weeks to go to training camp, can I give you one other story that's not been talked about at all? And it will be over the next 14 days. I could have saved this for Blue 88 tomorrow, but I'm going to do it today anyway, since we have a few extra minutes. Do you know a story right now that is not being talked about that I promise you in the next 10 to 12 days is going to be talked about a bunch? And your Seahawks, by the way, are right at the epicenter of it right now.
Okay.
Do you know how many second-round picks are signed?
Yeah, very few, right?
2.
Because somebody gave someone some
Not
guaranteed
somebody.
money, right?
That's right. So 33 and 34 guaranteed those deals. You know who's sitting at 35? Thanks to Howie Roseman not getting a deal done with the 31st pick that was supposedly done for Nicky Manwari and wouldn't have had to deal with any of this. Nope. You know who's at number 35? Your safety, linebacker, nickel, whatever for your Seahawks.
This is all going to get worked out, though. I mean, there's no way everyone in the second round is going
They're
to hold
all
out.
waiting for him. They're all waiting for the Seahawks at 35. This is how it works, Salk. 33 and 34, fully guaranteed contracts. What are you doing? Is Nick going to say, yeah, don't give me, 100%? When 33 and 34 get it, well, why can't I get it?
Who were the two teams that did it?
That would be your beautiful Cleveland Browns
Right.
and your beautiful Houston Texans.
So that's twice now the Browns have done that.
Yes.
Worked out great the first time for them.
really.
Very
really
interesting.
Smart. I'm sure the league loves it.
All right, question number 3. To the college ranks, Jedd Fisch and UW making strides since this time a year ago. In what way?
Yeah, last year at this time, they were a 6-win team. The over-under going into last year, and I thought that was a pretty fair number, and I think I said to you that this is a pretty grueling schedule, especially out on the road with some of those trips. They couldn't win, and the one at Rutgers really bit them. Had every opportunity to win that game and exceed that number. They did not. This year, they're sitting at 7.5. And this is what I think you want to see. Your number 1, 6. Your number 2, 7.5. Your number 3, 9, 9.5. Right? I think that is a very fair trajectory with the amount of investment that's being put in. Did you also see the article over the weekend, Salk? It was pretty well done in the Times with our buddy Cam Foster, the old agent that we've had some of his clients, including Vita Vea, on this very show. Do you see that Cam Foster is now working for the University of Washington?
I think we knew that, yeah.
Contract side. Yeah, I know. There's just a cool article over the weekend kind of highlighting all that Cam's done. Just a great guy in this community. He's taken care of a lot of players for a lot of years. And now doing some of the inner workings there to those players get taken care of and NIL deals get done and revenue gets handled appropriately, and the arrow for these Huskies continues to go up and up and up.
All right, there we go. That is today's Blue 88, a late version of it. Sorry about that. Just had to move some things around with Passan. I mentioned the app. You can find the Passan interview there later or on the website. If you have a few minutes and you want to dream with me, you can go read the column I wrote last night, just dreaming about a couple of, or 3 really, gigantic names that the Mariners could try to acquire. These are not names likely to move, right? This is not a like, hey, if the Mariners don't get Ronald Acuna, they blew it at the deadline. These guys probably aren't going to be traded.
Better, by the way.
They are.
Even without Bregman with that quad, I think they're a game and a half behind you in the wild card. They're not going to sell Alex. I just don't see
Probably
that.
not. Again,
Acuna's not going to get sold. Matt Olson's the one to me that I got a little
they're not going to sell that either. And he's a local guy in Atlanta. Like, it just... It's hard. It's really hard for me to imagine any of these 3 guys go. I think I got 2% odds on Acuna, 5% on Olson, and maybe a little higher on Bregman, but only if the Red Sox fall out over the next 3 weeks. Yeah, I mean, those would be the cream of the crop, and then after that, obviously the names.
Carlos Santana.
Yeah, I mean that's what you're talking about. You're talking about veteran, league average bats, guys who are having a decent year like Ryan O'Hearn, who are, on an expiring contract. Brent Rooker's name, I've seen that pop up again. I don't think the A's do it, but okay. I would certainly be interested in Brent Rooker. I think that's a good one and would really lengthen out your lineup, not just for this year, but for the next few. Yeah, I mean, Arizona's still probably the biggest team to root against just because they've got 2 players that really fit what you're trying to do. And of all the things you could do, I mean, other than one of these superstar names, it would be going to get both, right? Just say, hey, give us both. First and third. Josh Naylor and Eugenio Suarez, and let's rock and roll. Like, that just sets you up with such a deep lineup for the rest of the way, combined with your pitching. Be a pretty interesting trade to make. All right, we got an hour to go, Brock. We'll answer questions at the end of it all. But up next, it has nothing to do with Liar, Pants on Fire.
Lyle, draft profile.
That's not it at all, but it's next on Brock and Salk.
Here comes the 0-2. After a weekend of pitching dominance.
Strike 3 called freeze him. Ryan Wu punches out his 7th hitter.
Swing and a miss. Strike 3. George Kirby strikes out Triolo.
And Castillo scoreless through 4.
The Mariners take their 3-series win streak on the road. Mariners Yankees live from the Bronx. Today at 4. Hear every pitch on Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app. The home of the Mariners.
Power up your summer fun in a new Toyota RAV4. Now through August 4th, get 4.99 APR financing on a new 25 RAV4 or 5.99 on RAV4 Hybrid, excludes plug-ins, or lease a gas-powered RAV4 LE for $319 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS, tax, title, and license extra. A negotiable doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details or go to toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
It is that time of year. I cannot wait for the weather to get warm like it is now on consecutive days. That means I can break the motorcycle out, ride to work, ride all over the place, and I love it more than just about anything. But I also know that it's not a matter of if, but when you get in an accident, what are you going to do? Well, I'll tell you, when you're injured in a motorcycle crash, don't settle for firms that say they're motorcycle lawyers. Trust the ones who live it. Law Tigers has been a part of the writing community for nearly 25 years nationwide. They're here 24/7, 365 days a year because writers deserve real support when they need it. Law Tigers is the resource writers can turn to when they are in need. Law Tigers is out at all the events and supporting all clubs and shops. The Law Tigers are always by your side. Your case evaluation is always free. There are no fees until your case settles. The Law Tigers, you never ride alone. Law Tigers, Washington's motorcycle lawyers. Jimmy Cook, 539 Broadway, Unit 104, Tacoma, Washington, 98402.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen. And PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
And now, tales of another way. You're packing for a trip. Stuffing clothes in a suitcase works mostly. But such chaos in your carry-on. Then you try packing cubes. Organization? Meet harmony. Sometimes another way is the better way. Like the new SR 509 Expressway, the alternate route that'll help manage congestion on I-5 and other local roads, plus provide better access to the ports. It's open now. Try it free through summer. Learn more at goodtogo509.com.
Seattle Children's is leading the fight against pediatric cancer with groundbreaking research in immunotherapy. It reprograms a child's own T cells to hunt down and destroy cancer. It's hope, powered by science. But here's the truth. Pediatric cancer research is drastically underfunded. That's why Safeway is stepping up, and you can too. G. Scott here asking you to say yes to donating to Immunoheroes next time you're at Safeway checkout. Together, we can help fight cancer for all kidkind.
We at 3 Tree Roofing understand that your home is your castle. That's why our certified technicians use state-of-the-art installation methods to deliver the highest warranties available. Check out our hundreds of online reviews and schedule a free estimate to see for yourself. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit BayAlarm.com today.
The countdown is on.
15 days until Seahawks training camp.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. 710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Hewitt and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just getting...
Mike Ewert, not exactly Joe Cat there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
All right, I'm watching myself dance here. Thanks, Brock, for sending this over.
Oh, shoot. I put it on the chain with Divish. Sorry about that.
Well, that's with my girls. I was dancing with the kids.
Yeah. Kind of hot foot, huh? You're kind of a hot footer?
I don't have much to do, man. I'm not a dancer. And, I know you said you wanted me to get nice and toasty at the wedding, but it was a great wedding. This is not a critique, but there was not a lot of hard liquor at the wedding. It was more of a beer, wine, and two.
Jeez.
I know, but without like
Huckleberry margarita or Huckleberry.
And they were delicious. They were awesome. They were amazing. But without
Salk needed shots.
Whiskey. There's not that much dancing you could reasonably not shots.
Well, it seemed to not affect the others. There was a lot of dancing going on out there.
I know. Did
you see the fella that lost a tooth? Did you see that happen?
No, thankfully I missed that.
Thankfully, Mr. Bruner was there. Dr. Bruner and Dr. Egger put that sucker back in. But yeah, he
get all your dentist friends together on that one. No,
yeah.
I need more hard liquor to dance.
Okay.
So I appreciate it, but I'm just being straight up honest with you.
No, I got you.
Great wedding, unbelievable, A+ across the board, and the drinks were wonderful, but without a full bar with either martinis or just straight whiskey.
Sure.
There's only so much dancing you're going to get out of me.
You're not loosening the hips.
Yeah.
You're just hot footing.
Gotta know more people too. I would say, I don't know. You don't want to be that guy when you don't know anyone really at the wedding. Even though I was sort of the fourth Heward brother. All right, we'll do Answer the Question Jerk if you have questions coming up at 9:45. But every day this week at 9:00, Lyle Goldstein is of the Marine Layer podcast, and he is previewing potential Mariner draft picks for the draft on Sunday. They have the number 3 overall pick. So here is today's Lyle draft profile.
All right. So today's theme, yesterday we talked about college bats with Ivar Arquette. Today's going to be about the college lefties, because if you listen to Scott Hunter talk about it, if you listen to pretty much anybody talk about it, this draft has left-handed heavy college pitching toward the top of the draft. So today's profile, a guy by the name of Jamie Arnold, left-hander out of Florida State, 6'1", 188 pounds. I think I'm going to start people up high with this one and then try to talk people a little more
Can I
down.
pause you for just a second? Did Jeff Passan mention him amongst the 9 names he mentioned? I didn't hear Jamie Arnold.
Well, I'd be surprised.
Okay. All right.
I think in an ESPN mock just a couple days ago, it might have been Kylie McDaniel that did it, not Jeff, but they had Jamie Arnold mocked to the Mariners at 3.
Florida State?
Florida State, until a couple months ago, this guy was projected to be the number 1 pick. A lot of people had this guy cemented in to go 1-1. And I will say, this is where I'm going to get people on a high note here quick. If this all works out to the 100th percentile, the absolute best case of all best case scenarios, this is Chris Sale, because he's a crafty lefty. He's extremely unique. His delivery is very unorthodox. Like, it throws it from a 3/4 arm slot where he's really slinging it in there. It's a tough at bat for opposing bats. 4-pitch mix guy, like fastball that can get up to 97, 98. He's got 3 other secondaries. So again, like the outlook of Jamie Arnold when you get it early on and you just look at the buildup and the makeup, it's something you can dream on a little bit. He's had back-to-back years at a powerhouse school where he had a 2.98 ERA exactly. He did it last year. He did it this year. And he's thrown in high-leverage games. Like, he threw 6 innings, a 1-run ball in the Super Regional against Oregon State. So there's a lot of boxes that Jamie Arnold will check that say, oh yeah, this feels like a top-end pitcher. This feels like a guy that I would use a number 3 pick on. This feels like a guy that could pitch at the top of a rotation if it all works out. The other side of this... So, the swing and miss on his fastball dropped a lot this year. I would say that's a reason he may have dropped a few spots in a lot of mock drafts, so that's part of it. He doesn't throw soft. Again, he's like a mid-90s guy, but the swing and miss is down. Paired with, when you look at the way he throws and you look at the way he delivers the baseball, the Mariners don't really have a guy like this. They don't have a lefty that throws out of this very, very unique, unusual arm slot that's a different profile and kind of mold to work with than what they've drafted in previous years. You look at all the guys the Mariners draft, it's right-handers, mechanics are pretty repeatable, have the fastball slider combo. Arnold's a little bit different, and I think it actually makes him a little bit tough to evaluate as a whole. And then there's the part of this where you look at the way he throws the ball and you look at the small frame size and you say, how much injury concern is there with Jamie Arnold? So again, like when this is the best case of all best case scenarios, when it all works out, yeah, you're talking Chris Sale because the delivery looks similar and the fastball slider, you can dream on it and the slider gets a lot of swing and miss. But if it doesn't work out and he has injuries, this is where you get into the territory of saying, are we going to take a guy at number 3 overall that turns into a reliever? Is he a number 5 starter? There is a lot of range of possible outcomes with who Jamie Arnold can be.
If you draft him at number 3, based on some of those concerns, is he a below slot guy or do you got to give him number 3 pick money?
No, I don't think he is, because I think mostly across the board, you're talking about a guy that is projected to go top 5, top 6. He is very much in this class of arms and players at the top of this draft that are expected to have their name called early. So again, there is a high upside here with Arnold. And if you had asked me 3 months ago, I would have said if Jamie Arnold was going to fall to 3, I'd be fired up. He's just a little bit more volatile, and I think he's going to be a bit more of a project if you draft him. Like, he won't move as fast as a couple of the other college lefties in this draft that'll go high, just because there is more that you're going to have to work on with him. Again, the Mariners don't have a guy like this that throws out of the unique angle and you know, kind of has the Sale uncomfortable profile. I'm not saying he's going to be Chris Sale, but it's very, very different than the guys they've drafted, especially because they don't even really draft lefties that often.
Here's a little challenge, just looking at the raw numbers of this. You mentioned Sale 3 or 4 times there, and I get it. As a lefty with that arm slot, Chris Sale is 6'6".
Right.
This guy's 6'1", you said?
Yeah, and that's a huge part of this. Sale's a lot bigger with a lot bigger of a frame. And by the way, Chris Sale's had Tommy John in his career.
Correct.
It is a volatile pick. It is not a slam dunk. There's not many slam dunks in this draft in general. So you can dream on the high, but there is also a reliever profile in this guy. So it's about making the right call.
I love it. All right. Thank you, Lyle. That's a great draft profile right there.
Lyle's like in his element.
I know. This is great. By the way, you did
So
not.
good.
Not that you were trying to. I'm not. That doesn't sound like what I'm interested in.
That's
with
fine.
the number 3 pick. It's just a little too volatile for me. It's funny you said, well, they don't really have a lot of guys who fit that profile. Like, well, yeah, they don't draft any lefty pitchers. Like, for the most part, all the pitchers they've drafted have been right-handed.
Right.
Well, this is why
Garcia lefty?
Yeah.
Yeah, he is. He was much
He was
later.
a little further down. Yeah, he was a little further down. But yeah.
But like their top pick, you know.
Right. Emerson to Logan to George are all right.
Walter Ford and Ryan Sloan.
Durangelo.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, switch pitcher is as close as they get to drafting a lefty in the first couple of rounds. So, I mean, that may just be the way the cookie is crumbled, or it could be.
I'm real curious to hear the profile this week. And I know who's coming Friday, but I'm real curious to hear the profile of this high school pitcher, because this dude sounds.
It was a toss-up between who my number 1 was going to be. I can't wait to get to him.
This is going to be good. I'm excited for
I will say, last thing before we wrap up, the Mariners don't take lefties a lot, like we said, but they're kind of going to be forced to do something they don't usually do in this draft, unless they just take Arquette at 5, because it's either going to be a left-hander, a high school arm, or a high school bat that's also going to have some volatility.
All right, I got to ask you this because this just came out. David Schoenfeld, and we'll probably spend more time on this tomorrow, but David Schoenfeld did an article where he puts together potential trades for some of these big crazy names like Paul Skeens, or in this case Ronald Acuna as well. He's got a Mariner trade for Acuna that's not that different from the one I laid out in my article last night, actually. I think he's got a few of the same players. He added even more, so okay, fine. Would you make this deal for Ronald Acuna? Colt Emerson, Bryce Miller, Harry Ford, Laz Montez, and Brandon Garcia.
Jeepers creepers.
Yes.
You said sell the farm.
Absolutely.
Okay. You can't nod your head on radio,
yes. Abso-freaking-lutely yes. 100% yes, I would make that deal.
You were nodding your head yes, correct, Lyle?
You get 4 chances at a playoff run with Ronald Acuna.
You see, the answer to this is yes. Absolutely yes. I mean, you've shown that, you can live without at least one of your pitchers, and Miller's not going to hurt you this year. Colt Emerson is obviously the big key to this, but hey, if it gets you back a player like Acuna, Colt Emerson's no sure thing. And then after that, like Harry Ford is just not, he's blocked here. Las Montez is boom or bust. And then you're talking about a lefty reliever? Yes, 100%. Yes, I would make that deal in a heartbeat. We'll be right back. We'll give you guys everything you need to know. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
This summer, the Mariners take over Atlanta with the All-Star Fantastic Four.
Holy smokes!
Andres.
99 crackles over the corner. Ryan Wu has retired 13 Yankees in a row.
Julio Rodriguez dives and he makes the catch.
And Cal.
Number 34 for the big dumper.
Congratulations to the Mariners All-Star 4 from the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Hey, Brock Ewart here, and I have had my share of some sports injuries, as you're telling you this morning. Maybe not the smartest thing to take on a little double team on the football field at my age and stage, but you don't have to be a former pro football player to know what I'm talking about. I know that many of you woke up on this Tuesday morning with painful joints from arthritis, and it affects you. It makes it hard to do pretty much anything. Maybe your 4th of July holiday was ruined because your body just aches and hurts. Well, that is where my friend, Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine, that's where he's here for all of us. 425-823-4000. 425-823-4000. He has seen so many patients suffering from chronic joint pain over the years caused by arthritis. So don't let pain stop you from enjoying your quality of life. Consider Dr. Nelson the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques. Think about that. Many have jumped aboard the regenerative medicine and the pain medicine lately. Not Dr. Nelson. This has been his heart. This has been his passion for well over 3 decades, and you feel it the minute you walk through those doors. So consider Dr. Nelson this morning, 425-823-4000, 425-823-4000, or find him online at danielnelsonmd.com, danielnelsonmd.com.
Introducing frequent flights between Boeing Field and a private terminal at Portland Airport. Seaport Airlines is transforming travel with convenience, comfort, and free parking just steps from your plane. It's about time. Book today at flyseaportair.com.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we don't just promise to get the job done, we back it up. No travel charge, no show-up fee, no overinflated pricing, and no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional each and every day. O'Neill Plumbing.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Dave Wyman here for Harley Exteriors. When you hear Harley Exteriors, think windows manufactured right here in Washington, specifically designed for our Pacific Northwest climate. Olympic Series windows are offered exclusively by Harley Exteriors. It looks absolutely stunning, much better than a traditional vinyl window, and these windows last up to 60 years. They're going to lower your energy bills and provide year-round comfort. They come with a double lifetime, fully transferable warranty, meaning not only are you covered for glass breaking or damaged seals, it's going to help you with your home's resale value. Very affordable with options like 0 payments and 0 interest up to 12 months for qualified buyers. In July, Harley Exteriors is offering 50% off basic installation, no payments, no interest for 12 months, and an additional $200 off your entire project.
Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
When the heat's an 11, cool AC would be heaven.
Dayandnight.net.
Some AC you'll be loving when your house is an oven.
Dayandnight.net.
Northwest summers are beautiful, but there's always a long, hot stretch that makes everyone say, man, AC sure would be nice. Well, except for that one annoying friend who won't stop talking about how great his AC is. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Don't sweat through another summer. Have Day and Night keep your house cool and comfortable by installing a high-efficiency AC or heat pump. Or if you have an existing system, we'll come and service it. Make sure it's running efficiently and ready to cool when you need it.
When the summer is cooking, we're the place to be looking.
Dayandnight.net.
Stay cool this summer with Day and Night. Call now to get 10% off an air conditioner or heat pump. Plus, no payments or interest for a year OAC. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Dayandnight.net.
Between his hobbies and decades of work in a boatyard, Philip had put his body through a lot.
I'm an avid fly fisherman and an avid skier. It takes its toll.
Not to mention one other thing.
I had a near-fatal motorcycle accident. Absolutely obliterated my lower left leg again.
Philip couldn't live with the pain anymore, so he decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
Listening to all these radio spots, I said, what do I got to lose?
What was your experience like with Dr. Wagner?
What I was so impressed with Mark about is that how often you have a surgery like this, and the guy calls you the next day to see how you're doing. I can't say enough good things about the guy, honestly.
And how are you feeling now?
I have no pain, none. Zero.
Wow. So would you recommend stem cell therapy to others?
I'm a fan, believe me. I'd recommend it to anybody.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Still thinking about that David Schoenfeld thought, Brock. I'm in. I'm absolutely in on that as a possibility. Yes. Yes.
This is why you build up your farm system.
Right? By the way, even if you do that, you still have a whole bunch of really good prospects in your farm system. You still have St. You still have Sloan. So you've got two of your best pitchers. You still have Arroyo, who's killing it so far in Double-A after just being promoted. You would still have Cole Young, who's already with your big league team. You would
and
still have...
Third pick. You got this third pick, I think, on Saturday as well. Or
Johnny
Sunday.
Farmello and Ty P. Like, yeah, I think you do that. Yeah, you don't end up with, a top 2 farm system anymore. But so what? You have Ronald Acuna on your team for the next 3.5 years at a reasonable amount of money. Yeah, that is an absolute yes, 100%. I would do that. Thank you to David Schoenfeld for putting that out there, and it does kind of fit with the article that I wrote yesterday. Once again, what he said was Colt Emerson, Bryce Miller, Harry Ford, Laz Montez, Brandon Garcia. I think the deal I said was 3 of those 5. I said Colt, Bryce, and Harry Ford. All right, I'd add Laz Montez and Brandon Garcia to make it happen if I have to. Sure. 100%. Yes, I love that idea. Mariners, meanwhile, in the Bronx, Brock, for the first of 3 tonight with Logan Gilbert on the hill against Will Warren. They go to Detroit after that. This is a pretty good little
Big
test for your guys.
6 games, 6 days before the little break. You know what I'd like to see tonight? I'd like to see Logan get beyond and get into the 6th, 7th inning. That's been one of the challenges really all season long. A lot of the other metrics look great. His whip is still below a 1. His command has been good, but just whether that's pitching to contact with a few of those guys, I know that's dangerous to do in that ballpark, but just find a way in this 6-game set, because you don't really want a 4 1/3, 4 2/3, get to the bullpen. You're right. This is one of the things I think over the course of time that we have learned. And after an off day and everything else, you like to see Logan get back to being the workhorse and the innings eater he has really been over the course of his career.
Houston finally loses yesterday, so the Mariners do gain a half game. 6.5 now is the deficit in the West.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
This is a need to know so much as it is an opportunity for you to hear an 8-year-old Cal Raleigh singing about being the home run derby champion one day. This was posted by Daniel Kramer, but actually sent to him by Cal's dad, who was going to be throwing to Cal in the derby, having no problems throwing his son under the bus.
I'm the home run derby champ. Oh. Say in the champ, in the champ. I'm the home run derby champ. He got
I wasn't in a contest, was he?
You are going pee. What you say? What you say? I'm the man. I'm the man. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
How does that video compare to the one that surfaced last week of Geno Smith? One very pure, an 8-year-old Cal Raleigh showing off that he's going to be the home run derby champ versus Geno Smith yelling, "That's why they pay me the big bucks." Of course, Geno's
not 20 years ago, was it?
35.
What's Cal quoting right there? I'm the man. I'm the man. I'm the man.
And there's an Aloe Black song that goes that way, but I don't think that was out
Correct,
then.
but that wasn't out 20 years
Yeah,
ago,
no.
right? That's just Cal. Very, very cocksure of himself. Very,
For sure.
very athletically arrogant at 8 years old.
It's pretty adorable.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Seahawks top 10 positional list. ESPN's NFL top 10 positional list continues with defensive tackles, and the Seahawks have one on there. After not doing so well in the running back list, they look a little bit better with Leonard Williams at number 6. He's behind Dexter Lawrence, Chris Jones, Jalen Carter, Jeffrey Simmons, and Quinnen Williams. They are all ahead of him.
No honorable mention, no votes for Byron or Jaron or anything.
They did not make the list at all. No.
Yeah, Byron's gonna be a big year for him, man. Last year got banged up, right? Missed some significant chunk of time trying to do that kind of one-legged anchor, and knee hamstring kind of gets banged up. Just was not a. He was pretty dominant in the preseason. Remember Chris Long? Remember a lot of those defensive linemen? Like, look out now. He's just rooting guys out of the ground like a tractor. He was a difference maker in the preseason. I got my eye in pretty significant ways on Byron Murphy. This is not a eat the big pie, just a sophomore slump because he has such a breakout, freshman year. It's time for him to live up to that billing as being one of the top defensive guys in that entire draft that fell all the way to the Seahawks at 16 that season.
All right, there you go. That is everything you need to know. Man, it's funny seeing the people saying no to the Acuna deal. I mean, like... I don't know, guys. When I see the text saying like, "Oh, he always gets hurt. He always gets hurt," there's some relevance to that. I mean, he's only played 150 games twice. His second year in the league, and then his MVP season, and then last year he got hurt. I mean, he missed the entire
tore his ACL.
Right. So once that happened, he was out until he came back this year. I don't know. I don't know that I'm going to call him injury prone yet because of that, but it's a fair concern. I'm just saying it's really hard for me to hear on one hand, the Mariners never go for it. The Mariners will never go for it. And then say, okay, well, here's what it takes to go for it. And be like, whoa, hold on. This guy only won one MVP.
This is what I feel like I've been dealing with for the last few days while you've been out. I've been dealing this exact topic, the Acuna thing. People saying, oh, I want to win. I want to win.
Bregman too, right?
But I don't want Acuna. Yeah, and then Bregman.
Hey, you want to go big? You want to win? Bring in Alex Bregman, who's an absolute winner, who's a dirt dog, who plays great third base, who is a hitter in every capacity you need him. Yeah. Well, I don't like him, but he's an Astro. You can't have that both ways.
That's what I mean.
100%.
It's like people want to win. People want to see him go for it. And then you bring in potentially a guy to have you truly go win. And you say no. It's like to the people out there that are saying that, I'm sorry, you're not serious about winning if you're saying no to Bregman.
In his MVP year, Acuna led the league in runs, hits, stolen bases, on base percentage, OPS plus, and a whole bunch of other things, and hit 41 home runs, which didn't lead the league, but oh my God. And he had 73 stolen bases. What are you talking about? By the way, since coming back from being hurt, he's hitting 330 with a 10-11 OPS. Stop. you would give up all of those things for Ronald Acuna and pay him $17 million for the next 3.5 years?
For reference, Mitch Haniger's making 15.5 right now to not be on the roster. Why wouldn't you pay Acuna 17?
So basically, paying Acuna would be the equivalent of what you are right now paying Mitch Haniger and Rowdy Tellez.
Yes.
Or if you want to throw the right fielder in there, who was here for a little while and is now in AAA. From the
only
Rangers.
flip side of
Leody
that,
Taveras.
the only flip side to speak for those on the text toy is patience is the shortcut. And this cuts off a lot of your margin.
That's not what they're saying,
right?
though. That's not the argument.
Okay.
The argument I'm saying is, no, not for him. There aren't that many of these guys out there. Ronald Acuna is one of them. He plays right field, which is the perfect fit for you. He would be, I mean, if you could do that, and again, I don't think it's going to happen. Yes, you do it. And Alex Bregman as well. Some sins can't be forgiven. Stop.
Then, okay, here's a question
This
for
one
people.
could be forgiven.
No. I've got a good
Get
question.
outta here.
I think Bob Stelton would argue otherwise.
I don't care what Bob argues. I would bring Alex Bregman here tomorrow.
Save the question, Lyle. Save the question. We got to go to break. Save the question.
Really
Save
quick.
it, Lyle.
Time, Lyle.
People on the text line, tell me why you're okay with Nelson Cruz playing here and not Alex Bregman. I want to hear that.
Oh, because of the steroids
Yes.
versus.
Why are you okay with one but not the other?
One cheater versus the other. Yeah. All right. Whoa, easy, dude. All right. I'm glad you asked. Okay. We will
Told
ask.
you Lyle started lecturing when you were gone.
I got that. Lyle lectures. Lyle lecture profile, I guess. All right. Answer the question, jerk, in, well, now less than 20 minutes. So send in questions. We have like two. 866-979-3776. 866-979-3776. Text a question, any subject. We will answer them coming up in 20. Before we get there, though, Brock, I got a number for you, and you're not going to like it. It's next.
Jordan Schusterman every Wednesday morning at 11 with Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports.
How do you foresee this rotation shaping out before the All-Star break?
I certainly don't think that's the last we will see of Emerson Hancock this season. I will be interested to see if Logan Evans can make a push to replace him at some point, how they kind of go back and forth between both of those guys. I think from a workload standpoint, I have to imagine they want to be a little bit more careful with Evans.
Get more on the Seattle Sports YouTube page and the Seattle Sports app.
All right, guys, it's summer. Going to be 80 degrees today. So, you know, weekend trips, vacations, camps, kids out of school. You're busy, right? You're running around. Well, if you think you're too busy to start a diet, a workout, a weight loss plan, you're not. Don't let that be an excuse. That's all it is. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic will make it so easy. You're not going to feel like you're adding one more thing to an already busy life. No, you're going to be subtracting a ton of weight. I did this plan. I lost 35 pounds. Ryan Roland Smith lost 30. We had listeners text in recently down 42 pounds with more to go. Summer, it's actually a great time to do it. You'll have more energy. You're not going to feel hungry the whole time. And the food is really good. It's real food that you buy at the grocery store. Dr. Coogan has worked with over 4,000 local people to deliver success. So be the next. Schedule a 15-minute consult with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
Are you road trip ready? Bucky's Complete Auto Repair will make your car safe and dependable with expert service and old-fashioned care. Brakes, oil change, factory service, and more. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Bucky's.com.
Does your building company have a strong website? One with a solid organic search presence, engaging prospects, and filling your pipeline? You know, a site that speaks loud about your company. I'm Rusty George. My local agency specializes in creating websites and marketing strategies for building companies, including construction, manufacturing, and material suppliers. We develop strategies and tactics to attract and win more quality business. See how we can help your business get louder at rustygeorge.com. That's rustygeorge.com.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
This is Chris Davis with the Davis Law Group. Did you know that a pedestrian does not have to be crossing the street on a marked crosswalk to have a successful legal claim against the driver? Pedestrians can even be partially at fault for a collision and still have a valuable claim. Call us today for a free consultation or get my free book on pedestrian accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com. That's Davis Law Group, better service and even better results.
Do you know a woman that gives her all to the sports community, encourages diversity, and empowers those around her? Maura Dooley here. Seattle Sports is partnering with the Seattle chapter of WISE, which stands for Women in Sports and Events. We want to recognize a woman in our community, and we need your help finding her. Nominations for the 4th Annual Women of Inspiration Award are open until July 11th. The winner will receive a donation to the cause of their choice. Nominate an inspiring woman at woiseattle.org.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app. Summer is here and Washington Energy's BOGO 40% off sale is on now. Update and enhance your home with beautiful new windows and doors expertly installed by Washington Energy Services. Save today with one of our best deals of the year. Buy one energy efficient window, get the second at 40% off. And BOGO 40% off all entry, patio, and interior doors right now. From traditional to modern home updates and with over 65 years of award-winning installations, Washington Energy is the clear choice. Call today for a free estimate.
Hey, everybody, it's Bob Stelton here. Let me tell you about one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. That's when I went to K2 Vision for refractive lens exchange. Now, if you're somebody like me who struggled with distance vision, maybe you always need a pair of reading glasses, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution like it was for me. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. K2 Vision RLE is quick, painless, and I am seeing great now without glasses or readers. I can actually read restaurant menus. I can read the receipts when they show up. I can read texts on my phone. It's amazing. RLE is an absolute game changer. I'm so excited to spend my good active years not needing reading glasses. K2 Vision RLE gave me great vision that's permanent. The doctors at K2 Vision have performed over 150,000 lens procedures, so they know when RLE is right for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton. The power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Man. All right, little poll. Brock, should probably go with my column. Maybe I should have included that in there. That was silly of me. But asked Mariner fans, hey, what would you do with that David Schoenfeld proposed trade? Colt Emerson, Bryce Miller, Laz Montez, Harry Ford, and Brandon Garcia for Ronald Acuna Jr. Would you do it? Right now, basically 65-35. Saying yes. I can't believe 35% say no. We'll see where that goes. Just a few votes in, so we'll see where that goes. And if you want to read some of my thoughts on some of these Dare to Dream folks, you can go to seattlesports.com or on the Seattle Sports app is another place to do it. Still need more questions for Answer the Question Jerk. Got a few, but, we got into this big debate, as usual, right before Answer the Question Jerk. So it
wasn't my fault.
No, it wasn't your
don't
fault
blame
this
me
time.
this time.
No, this
right?
time it was Lyle. This time it was all Lyle. But 866-979-3776. Send a question in. Any question, any subject, and we will answer them here in a few minutes. I saw this, Brock, and I thought we could spend a few minutes on it.
I know where you're going with this.
Well,
I think we chatted about it last week, in fact, in your absence, when you were sleeping in till 10:30 every day, eating bonbons before and recovering from the wedding. So I think I know where you're going with this, but go ahead.
Well, I think it needs
our friends at Pro Football Focus,
your
right?
friends.
Is this PFF?
Really. They're your people. You love the Pro Football Focus people. And they did rank the 2025 offensive lines heading into the year. The Seahawks are?
Yep. You don't want that number to start with a 3.
No.
There's only 3 teams in the league that number starts with a 3. That
Yeah.
would be 32, 31, and 30.
They're at 30.
Yeah. I kind of would prefer that to start with a 1 or even a single digit.
There is not much to suggest that the Seahawks won't again field a bottom-tier offensive line. Seattle used its first-round pick on Gray Zabel, who's projected to start at left guard. However, a rookie who played at the FCS level last season is unlikely to provide a significant upgrade to a unit that allowed the second highest pressure rate in 2024 at 34.5%.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that hurts. It's painful. I think if I took a look at that, if my memory serves me right, Salk, I want to say as well that Arizona was actually the highest rated going into next year, which sounds very odd to say for another group that has struggled perennially with their quarterback. I want to say they were like at 10 or 11, and then the Rams and Niners were like 14, 15, 13, 14. So, your peers in your division were all in the upper half, and you were sitting there at 30. As I said with Brian Walters, you have unfortunately 0.0 benefit of the doubt. You get none. I can create doubts.
I get your benefit of the doubt thing. You've made that point before, but that's not a Pro Football Focus thing. Like, they're not doing benefit of the doubt. They're not doing like, hey, what do I think I saw? They're doing scouting. I mean, they're watching the film and then grading it and coming away with a number. And that number is not great. Anthony Bradford is one of the guys right now projected to start potentially at right guard, and he's out making music videos this offseason.
He what?
Have you seen the rap video?
Come again?
Oh, well go check that out if you got a few minutes.
Is it appropriate for my eyes?
No, it is not entirely. It is. It's not quite NSFW, but it is. All right. It's towing that line. Let's just say that.
They call me Big Papa?
They call him something. So like, what? Brock, they haven't done anything other than Gray Zabel to make you think it's going to be much better.
Let me just say, I going into this year, and maybe I'm a fool, and last year I leaned a whole lot more into the system, leaned a whole lot more into having really 2 O-line coaches, right, with Grubb's background and Huff. And as I've said, I mean, I was wrong. I was wrong. The system was simple. It was pass first. Unfortunately, 2 guys that had never coached at the NFL level, I think, ate a piece of humble pie that, man, this was a different league, and things you can do collegiately and certainly in high school of moving people you can't do at this level. And, unfortunately, it didn't work. But if this doesn't work this time around, I don't know what's left. I mean, you've spent the 18th pick. You could diminish it and say, wow, he's an FCS guy.
I'm not diminishing it. I think he's going to be good. But
no, PFF did, so don't count on him.
That's not what they're saying. They're not saying
Read it again.
They're saying he's unlikely, coming straight from the FCS level, to immediately provide an upgrade to the entire offensive line. I don't think that's an unfair statement.
His 2 peers that came out of that same school in the same ilk and not even drafted nearly as high and thought of as highly as him went to NFL offensive lines and were difference makers as rookies. So, I mean, that evidence of a couple guys that he played with over the last 5 years and went to a couple different places seemed to make a difference. And if you're a good player, I seem to remember Steve Hutchinson, who was drafted 17, this kid at 18. I remember Steve Hutchinson coming in as a rookie and made a ginormous difference because the dude's an athlete. Gray Zabel's an athlete. Abe Lucas, now healthy, is an athlete. Mm-hmm. Charles Cross is an athlete. Your offensive line is not littered with a bunch of non-athletes. We'll see about Olu. That he's going to be in a heated battle. I've listened to Dave Wyman this offseason say a bunch that either Olu's going to win this job or he may not be a Seahawk, right? I mean, that's just kind of the margin that he has right now.
But that's not a good sign.
That's not a great sign.
Either you win the job or you're out is not a good sign of like, hey, we're really happy with what this guy's doing.
I think he's
going to be great.
Just simply because of like system fit, right? Like just athletically,
Brock. That's
like this is the most athletic offensive line the Seahawks have had since when? I mean, since 12, 13, 14? When it was, and even on that O-line, it was a little more horsepower.
So why does your beloved Pro Football Focus look at it and say, don't like it? 30th. Not like 60. Like, hey, they've maybe improved a little bit. We've got them in the low 20s. They were really bad last year. But, hey, the scheme fit and this and that. 22.
Because there's not a proven track record.
30.
That's why.
30?
Because Charles Cross has, some good play. And last year was, I think, a top 10 PFF guy, top 10 tackle. But outside of that, Abe Lucas was banged up and injured, right? You mentioned the right guard situation. Yeah, Laumea was a mess in that system last year. Bradford's been just a disappointment and undisciplined. We'll see whether or not Christian Haynes looks better right now than he ever looked a season ago, both physically, athletically, system fit, and everything. But they don't have that. They don't know that. They're looking at the track record of last year and projecting ahead. And if it is, Christian Haynes and Laumea and Bradford and an injured Abe Lucas, okay, yeah, it's a bottom tier.
I think the problem you have with that projection part of it is that if we were to talk to people in 31 other cities, they'd tell you about one or two guys that are in better shape, in a better spot, and a better this and a better that. We've heard that before. I've heard it every year for a decade. I'm not saying you're wrong. I think you're right. And I think you know this stuff, which is why I don't question you. You're right. But everyone says that. Everyone's got a center that is a better fit than last year. Everyone's got a guard.
Kind of. I mean, I think DJ said a couple weeks ago that what are the conversations you hear? Wow, I love our quarterback. The quarterback looks great. Receivers really run. I wish we had another O-lineman. I actually think 31 other markets would say, we've got one guy in our group that we are, and I wish we had a little bit more help. Maybe Philly does it. Maybe Baltimore does it. Maybe, a few top end, in that top five. Maybe Detroit doesn't, although Regno retires and, they've got some moving pieces there they've not had in the past. But I think by and large, most teams actually don't feel great about their offensive line. And frankly, between, 18 and 32, how much of a drastic difference are there in offensive lines? It's kind of like that Mariners offense, man. I don't need you to be a top 10 offense. I just can't have you in the 20s.
Right.
I really don't need this group, PFF-wise, to be a top 5 group. I don't think that's possible. But I can't have you in the 30s. I can't really have you in the 20s. And if you're going to win this division, you know what? Your O-line coach, your assistant O-line coach, your run game coordinator, your
I really hope you're right, man. I mean, I really hope that all of these things are finally going to change what has been the same conversation over and over and over and over and over again. I mean, it feels like we've been having this on repeat since forever. And
because we've had a lot of broken down dudes, unfortunately. You've gone volume, you've gone cheap, you've tried to do some veteran things, you tried to go with a system outside the box. You've tried some different things.
They've tried drafting too.
Not at 18. You've never done this. You've never taken that player, that athlete, that dude, other than Charles Cross and Russell Okung in the top 10. Not taking an interior offensive lineman this high. No. Very rarely does it happen. But you did, because like after these struggles, we need athletes.
Right, but your other two spots are still being filled by guys that are at best on the taking a shot at them kind of guys. Right? I mean, Christian Haynes had a bad year last year and couldn't get on the field. Anthony Bradford has never shown it, and your centers.
What is the rabbit?
I don't want to get too deep into it.
Can you send it to me?
I haven't actually put it on my phone.
Was it played at our wedding? It wasn't played at our wedding.
No, there were enough filthy songs at your wedding. That is one of the big surprises of your wedding. Really, and I don't know why we're saying your wedding. It's not your
Brock
wedding.
said it last week too.
Whoa.
Haley's wedding. Why are you taking all of the?
I'm not trying to.
Why are you taking the shine off the bride?
Sorry.
Whose wedding was it?
Haley and Dylan.
It was Haley's wedding. It's not even Dylan's wedding. Dylan was there. It's Haley's wedding. And the fact that you show your own daughter so little respect is quite frankly insulting.
Let's answer
It's quite frankly insulting.
Lyle, hit the button.
This is Brock and Salk's Answer the Question, Jerk.
Keep asking questions. Come on, I'll answer them. Come on, I'm here. I'm going to answer your questions, dang it.
Answer my question! The question, jerk! Well, don't just stand there. Answer the question, jerk.
All right, we got some questions today, Brock. For Answer the Question, Jerk, you can still try to send them in 866-979-3776. That's the text line. Jerks, as a parent with a kid in youth sports, which do you prefer? Paying out of pocket for all the expenses that pop up, like uniforms, tournaments, fees, or doing fundraising and volunteering your time to cover them? I don't want to spend my time.
Yeah, yes and yes.
I'm out on spending time. I don't want to do that. Totally out on that. You know what I do want? I want it all built in at the beginning.
Correct.
Don't nickel and dime me over the course of the season. Oh, and we got to spend this on this tournament, and you got to pay this, and then you got to then socks. Like, just tell me what I owe and then pay it.
Yep.
That's what I would like.
Basically, the wedding. That was basically my same thing with Molly.
With your wedding?
Just give me the number. I want the pain right up front. Just hit me right between my wide set eyes. And then please don't come after the fact. Like, I need this, and we need this.
Right.
And we need
Just
that.
tell me what it costs.
Build it in.
Yeah, agreed. Jerks, which hilarious cuts do you enjoy the most? Tungus, Brightwing, or developers? It's a great question.
Oh, that's easy. It's Tungus for Salk and developers for Brock, because you guys both
Definitely
get
not
caught up in
Brightwing.
those.
See,
See, now
is
Salk's just going to play
poltergeist.
Tungus for the rest of this.
What do you mean? Wouldn't sound like something I would do.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Here we go.
Just no Brightwing. Don't
No?
play her. She's
Why?
a psychopath.
All right. You sure?
Her and Mother of Earth, Pearl.
I know you
whatever her
love
name
you some
was.
Brightwing.
No, I don't.
Oh, Blue of Earth. She is a good one.
Yeah, Blue of Earth might top any of those. She's nuts. And I do like those.
What about Liver King?
I like Blue of Earth better. Prefer her. Although Liver King's good.
Is Liver
my
King
crown.
and Liver King and Joe Rogan getting into it, or who do they? Liver King is
I
picking
don't
some
know.
fights he probably shouldn't fight.
Really?
Yeah.
Jerks. Who was the drunkest person at the wedding? Whoever it was,
Kellen?
I didn't know them.
Kellen?
Huh?
Kellen was really warm.
Who's Kellen?
One of those big football players.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Actually, there's two ladies whose names I'm not going to mention.
Oh, really?
One that was. Whew.
I didn't see a lot of people that were like non-functional.
No, Damon's. Yeah, Damon said he had one that was pretty embarrassing.
one in his family unit.
I'm not going to say.
Well, to be fair to Damon's side of the family, they'd had a big night the night before.
True.
With a 21st birthday to celebrate.
True.
Let's see. Jerks. How many raised trucks were there at Brock's wedding? At Haley's wedding, please.
Thank you.
How big of a raised truck? How big of a raised truck makes you look like an idiot? Asking like a friend or for a friend.
Good
Seriously, a friend wants to know.
Good question. A lot of trucks.
I didn't see any big raised trucks.
A lot of raised. No, a lot of trucks.
You know where we see those? Justin always points them out in Arizona at spring training.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of those there.
If you gotta have an additional step,
Yeah,
to get into your said truck,
it's too big.
enough. It's too big.
I will say that our night before the wedding, when we were just in Kalispell getting ice cream, there were a bunch of people with their like extra loud cars and trucks driving up and down the strip there.
Right.
And they just go up, then they come back, and there's like people that just sit and watch them.
Sure.
What a horrible life that must be.
There's a name for this, and I'm sure the text toy knows it. I don't think you do, Salk. Do you know that some people build in like diesel farts? So when they hit the accelerator, they
you
this
get that
big
loud
diesel
thing.
plume. You get this loud thing, and then you get like a diesel.
I've got names for
plume
those
of
people too,
smoke.
but I don't think I can say them here on the radio.
I didn't know that was a thing. I saw it on the highway, and my buddy Ben Hartsock, when he was in town, was like, "Oh, that's called a." I don't know what it was, like a diesel fart mix. Like what? People do that on purpose?
Sounds so dumb.
It's so silly.
Jerks. Another wedding question. After hearing how successful, I don't know about that, the unexpected appearance at the Heward wedding was, what is the unwritten rule to wedding crashing? I think the first unwritten rule is don't do it. Not an actual fact. Like, it's one thing in the movies, but in reality, don't do it. The second rule I would say is don't talk to anyone in the family of the wedding for longer than 10 seconds, maybe a minute, and then walk away. They're busy and you can't speak to them anymore. Just because they're the only people you know there doesn't mean you can spend all your time with them.
But to be fair, Zane cleaned up well.
Don't care.
You look good.
Don't care.
Cleaned up well.
Don't care. Get away from the bride's dad. You get like a minute and then move it along. I didn't even spend any time with you. I spend all day every day with you. And I was like, it's Brock's day. I'm going to be with my family and let Brock do his thing.
Okay, go ahead. Evaluate my answer question, Jerk. You said you can answer it.
Oh, what was I evaluating?
My dancing.
I didn't see a lot of dancing.
Really?
Yeah. Did you dance a lot?
Yes.
I saw you like kind of on the outskirts and like cheering for dancing. And
I think one of the inappropriate
I saw you trying to hook up a bridesmaid and a groomsman.
No, not a groomsman.
Sorry.
A family member. That
But whatever.
happens.
I mean, like, I
Cupid
saw
was
that,
flapping
but
his
I didn't
wings at the
see
end
a
of the
lot of
night.
your dancing.
Okay. I think that song, the inappropriate one, the Get Low, Get Low,
Yeah.
I tried to get really low on that.
Did
and
you?
My knee really hurt afterwards. It's just sucks.
Brock and Lil Jon, the Yin Yang
Yeah.
twins. Just a natural fit, Mara.
Get low, get low. I think I got low. I'll try to demonstrate, but no, I'm not going to. Anywho.
More of a general wedding question. If you had to work in the wedding industry, which job would suit you best? Photographer, bartender, DJ, coordinator, officiant, or something else?
How about venue owner? That's a pretty good job.
That's a good gig.
That's a good gig.
That's the one you want.
Yeah, that's kind of the one I want.
I'd be terrible. The worst of them, I would be photographer. I could not do it. I take the worst pictures of I couldn't do it. My pictures are awful.
Yeah.
I think I could do the bartender thing. It's pretty easy,
Man,
especially if there's no mixed drinks.
Savannah was really like. We got a first little taste of some of the pictures. Amazing. Awesome.
I've been an officiant.
Caterer. I'd do the caterer. I'd enjoy cooking.
Yeah. You wouldn't want to be the DJ, Brock?
Kenny? Big 6'8" Kenny. Do you say 6'8" Kenny?
Big dude. Yeah.
Big dude. He was great.
Big boy.
He'd gotten his wrist slapped out at that place because it was like they were begging for one more song. And that is a hard out at 11. Like that, they are
Shut
very
it down.
hard.
Shut it down now.
And he was like, bro, I've been at my wrist slapped more than once here. Can't do it again. We're done.
Lyle, this one's for you. And it was apparently asked on the Cal Raleigh show last week. But what is the correct ratio of peanut butter to jelly? 1 to 1, 1 to 1 1/4. What are we looking at?
Like 2 to 2, because I make mine pretty big.
It's the only thing you eat all day.
Well, yeah.
No, he brings a container of ground turkey.
Sometimes.
Gosh, you do all this work and yet you won't take your shirt off. To be this lean, to be this mean, to be this attractive, and you were still in the sunshine. No.
Yeah, no.
All right.
Brock probably had the bridesmaids running 9 routes. Well, there was a lot of football throwing at the wedding. Brock thankfully wasn't doing it.
Nope.
Yeah,
Not
that
about
is
me,
another.
Salk. It's about Haley and Dylan. Okay. It's not
Was it?
about me.
It was in the moment. By the way, there were people asking, did Brock bring up coaching at all during his speech? He did not.
No.
He did not.
Nope, not about me.
He did go over 6 minutes, but he did not bring
Not
up
about me.
coaching.
But he said he made a lot of team references.
Of course.
It's all about
Yeah,
the
he
team.
did do the Together Everyone Achieves More bit.
Yeah.
It's all about the team.
And shout out Kathy Cangiano as well. Shouted out our boss. Feels like Brock's got near in a contract or something because he shouted Kathy out in the middle of the wedding. And then didn't put her at our table. The only people we knew there, she wasn't at our table. Poor Kathy. We had a great table though. Like the fourth Heward brother.
Short, squatty Jewish Heward brother.
Hey,
Yes.
you know.
You didn't even look squat. You look good that
Oh,
night.
thank you,
Have
buddy.
I told you that?
You did. That's
You
nice
look
of
good
you.
in that suit.
Yeah.
You dress up well.
Thank you. I don't do it that often.
And there were a lot of people. I'm not just saying
You
this,
pay a lot of
but
money for
yeah.
your suits. Like you go get nice suits, don't you?
Yeah. Not over the top.
You know
no.
where I got that suit?
Ross.
Express. I'm cheap on the suits, man. And we wear them so infrequently now
Sure.
that I'm not spending any money on my suits.
Lyle, how many suits you got?
There's no way Lyle has a suit.
Dude, I
Wow,
don't know
how
if
many
I've
s-
put on
wow, how
a
many
tie
suits-
in like
Wow, how
4
many-
something
Nobody wears
years.
a tie anymore, but a
How many
suit?
suits you got, Lyle?
I don't think I even own like a full suit.
Have you ever
Not
worn
one
a
suit.
suit?
I don't know, maybe. Not that I can remember.
Did you go to a prom?
Oh, whatever.
Tux?
I don't think I've worn a
whatever.
full suit.
In your life?
No,
Bar
I don't
mitzvah?
think so.
Nothing?
I mean, like you wear a shirt and tie. I don't think a full suit.
All right, we got to get out of here.
Whatever.
Will it surprise you to know that Lyle had never heard of Johnny Carson earlier today?
You guys bring up the wrong things. I got to tell you, there are old things I could quote very
Yeah.
easily.
It's
You guys,
our fault.
It's our fault.
Yeah,
we
you
just
guys-
bring up the wrong things.
Your,
Well,
own,
you're
your
just a
own
victim.
father said you should know more about
Yeah.
things.
you guys should bring up more things like Star Wars. I could quote that for years.
Well, we're bringing up Johnny Carson today.
That's not Star Wars.
No, it's not. All right, we got to get out of here. Bump and Stacy up next. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. And until then, the hay.
Go, Logan. Barn.
See everybody.
Get to the chopper!
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Cal is on a historic pace. We haven't really seen anything like this, right? You have to look around the rest of that team and go, okay, who's going to carry some of this offensive load? Do you feel like it could be Randy?
It could be. It should be. You need guys like Randy to step up. Can we expect him to have 2 bombs a night? No, let's be real. And I think most of you are going to be real. 4 RBIs last night, the most since April 9th against Houston. So that's good.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
You have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutobody.wa.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we don't just promise to get the job done, we back it up. No travel charge, no show-up fee, no overinflated pricing, and no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional each and every day. O'Neill Plumbing.
I'm Rusty George. My local marketing agency specializes in helping companies in the building and manufacturing industries develop the right kind of websites and marketing strategies to attract and win more business. Visit us today at rustygeorge.com.
Dave Wyman here for Harley Exteriors. When you hear Harley Exteriors, think windows manufactured right here in Washington, specifically designed for our Pacific Northwest climate. Olympic Series windows are offered exclusively by Harley Exteriors. It looks absolutely stunning, much better than a traditional vinyl window, and these windows last up to 60 years. They're going to lower your energy bills and provide year-round comfort. They come with a double lifetime, fully transferable warranty, meaning not only are you covered for glass breaking or damaged seals, it's going to help you with your home's resale value. Very affordable with options like 0 payments and 0 interest up to 12 months for qualified buyers. In July, Harley Exteriors is offering 50% off basic installation, no payments, no interest for 12 months, and an additional $200 off your entire project. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Are you still using allergy pills and sprays to treat your allergy attacks? I'm Dr. Ryan Stern with the Stern Sinus Center. Nasal congestion, sneezing, runny nose, snoring, facial pain are just a few of the sinus symptoms we can help you out with. From allergy workups and treatments to modern nasal breathing procedures to advanced outpatient balloon sinuplasty, we can diagnose and treat your problems. Let us help you get relief, easily, quickly, and permanently. Find us in Federal Way or Auburn or at sternsinus.com. That's sternsinus.com.
Matt Coker here from West Coast Men's Health. Guys, Viagra is not the answer for your problem. I know you think it is, but Viagra has horrible side effects, and for most men, the longer you're on it, the less it works. Viagra is not a curative medication. It's not fixing your problem. It's a Band-Aid for a shark bite. Acoustic wave therapy is the newest technology that can correct your problem, not just treat it. We can do something that no pill can do. We can restore your blood flow naturally. Get off Viagra today. Change your life like the thousands of men who already have, regardless of your age or your medical history. If you're tired of dealing with Peyronie's disease or erectile dysfunction, then call West Coast Men's Health today.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
When you're hiring,
Have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Mariners are back in action today after a much-needed off day. They're going to open up a series against the Yankees on the road. Game 1 starts at 4:10 p.m. with first pitch